All right, call the meeting to order at 6:10. Some announcements. Annual and special town meeting this coming Monday, April 29th at 7 p.m. This is at the Page School, not the annex. Annual town election is Monday, May 6th. Polls are open from 7 to 8 p.m., 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Last day to request a vote by mail ballot is next Tuesday, April 30th. Also coming up, the River Road Resiliency Planning Session is going to be held on May 1st at 5:30 to 8, and this will be at the Middle High School atrium. And Earth Day 2024, we had a rainy townwide roadside cleanup, but we appreciate everybody's help for pitching in on that, and the DPW for picking up the bags.
I got a kind of a funny email from David and Marilyn Archibald, that they found in their participation in the roadside cleanup, they found everything, including the kitchen sink. And sent me a photo of a faucet and apparatus.
Did you say where you found that?
He did, yeah, I don't remember.
Oh,
He did
that's too
say.
funny.
That's pretty funny.
And then finally, the summer bandstand concert series schedule and performance has been established. That's in the packet. Looks like more performances this summer than past.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's perfectly tapped.
Yeah, just looked like a lot. All right, regular business, item A, public comment. Anybody here to make a public comment? Anybody online, Agnes?
No.
Okay. Item B, town manager updates.
Okay, the first item is capital improvements program. This is really just putting in front of you the updated complete capital program, not just the individual projects that you're already familiar with that are proposed for next year, but the overall kind of townwide. This is always a work in progress. There's always going to be changing numbers, changing dates, but it helps to give the bigger context for the capital items that are proposed this cycle. So I just wanted to make sure that was in front of you, and that's also been posted to the Capital Improvement Committee webpage. So when you look at the list of projects, everything you see in the FY25 column shaded in green, I just did that as my own just cue that was specifically reconciled with the amounts and the dates that are proposed for the upcoming town meeting cycle. Everything for FY26 and beyond is very much draft, and it's you know, it's a good projection of what's ahead of us in terms of capital expenses.
So when the CIC and you were working on this, is there any attempt to kind of equalize costs over the years so you don't have some?
Some attempt, but there's only so many hours, some hours, I put some hours toward that. But I think before we start the next capital process, which we generally start around July, to have something by the end of October that we can, circulate, and that initial process of 3 to 4 months is really with department heads and looking to each of them to calibrate or to kind of allocate their expenses so that we don't have the pig in the python, if you will.
Yeah.
Any more than, we already do. So yeah, it's, we're not gonna see these kinds of numbers in the next 3 years. So
Yeah.
even if we had that much money, we don't have the, bandwidth to manage that many, there's that many projects in that. So that all gets spread out, but it's a time intensive process. And so I always, anything beyond the current year, you need to take with a pretty big grain of salt.
Okay. Any questions on that, Chris? Rick, you probably know it very well.
All right, next item, there really isn't no action on this, but I know anytime we talk capital, we always talk to ARPA, so I thought it'd be helpful to you to just have the latest kind of snapshot, and this reflects the board's vote in the last month or so with the Middle Street Bridge construction funding. So this shows that there's a little north of $114,000 of ARPA funding that remains uncommitted. That could change as early as 2 weeks from tonight, because we've got new new item that's likely to result in a request for ARPA funds over at Page School. On the total obligations, I will say this, so this goes back to April 13th, almost 2 weeks ago. We have since signed a contract with the highway garage roof replacement, so once I get around to updating this again, once we have it under your allocation is one thing, the obligation is once those funds are actually under contract. We have awarded a contract for the highway garage roof replacement, so I'll need to put that in there, because that's now like actually fully committed, so.
Is the full 45 committed?
I can't recall. I got a look at the contract on Monday, but I don't remember.
Any funds not expended roll back to the ARPA, they don't go back to free cash.
Correct, absolutely, yeah. So this is just kind of a snapshot as of a moment in time. Next item is informational update. These budget earmarks are really helpful and very strategic to what we're trying to do with the Route 113 Main Street Corridor initiative. So since we are in the closing stages of getting both of these earmarks under contract with different offices of the Commonwealth, I wanted to just provide this update of where we are with that. Once the funds are under contract, we have a couple of years to spend them. That's part of why we haven't put them under contract sooner. With this second earmark, I know we have till the end of December 2026. I can't remember the exact date for the first one, but I know it's plenty of time for what we're doing. That one, as you know, that work's already well underway with the 25% design for the Page Pipe State Crossing. That's already before Mass DOT. The other one is something that's going to take more time because we're going to be putting together more of like a scope, putting that out, soliciting proposals, and engaging a transportation engineering firm to build on the conceptual planning that's going on right now. We're working to pin down TEC on what date we're going to get the corridor conceptual plan. We had a working meeting with them. I want to say it was 5 or 6 weeks ago at this point, and they had kind of on a screen share, they're working, they're definitely making progress toward it, but they haven't sent it to us. And so we've been in contact with them this week and again next week to, because once we have that corridor conceptual plan, that's something that's then going to be the subject of, I think a significant public meeting to get public input on that. So that can be finalized, and then both of the items here are going to be really follow on to that work.
Great.
Next item, you have an action item later tonight in terms of the recommended amount for the telecom, but I put in here the last addendum to the procurement, just so you have combined with the prior materials you've seen, that you have everything in front of you. But the action item will be later tonight when you'll be asked to vote an amount to recommend for the town meeting article. I did have some other updates that I wanted to provide, and I'll start with the most significant one, which is the Page School remedial masonry. The vendor's been at work out there for a couple of weeks. It's been really helpful having GNAP Architects, who, as you know, had a key role in scoping the work and in the procurement process to engage Wells Restoration, which is the contractor doing the work. Once they got out on site and started, pulling back the curtain a bit, the conditions are worse than had been understood or than had been visually evident until they were actually chipped apart. I don't know. Did you all get a look at the short video clip?
Actually, I wasn't able to, I didn't load it.
Okay, the video clip is well worth the 40 seconds it takes.
Yeah, I talked with Christine. I was gonna stop by and see it today in her machine, just because I didn't want to take the time to,
Oh, okay.
but I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, Chris, did you have, what was
I
your?
saw the photos, I'm trying to think if I saw the video, it was there, I just.
You need to load something. that
Oh, you do?
Yeah, but you need to load it, or at least it wasn't on mine. Oh,
Yeah,
that's.
either way, it looks,
Looking at
I
it,
would
yeah.
imagine they built the stuff the way they did at the time, and
There were a
it's
bunch
all
of
coming
things,
up.
there were a bunch of
Right,
things in that.
right.
building,
That's
that's-
the
yeah.
problem.
Yeah, but the video is, even though it's less than a minute, it's definitely worth the time, because it's Dale Giannapp kind of walking, you like describing what he's seeing. So the pictures are alarming.
Yeah.
But when you see the video, at least for me as a layperson, it really helped me understand like what was going on, so. So we're working on, basically they'll be on site, we've got confirmation, they'll be on site with the lift next week, they're gonna start next Tuesday. So that's gonna allow them to get up to the higher floors to look at it more up close, with the goal being to, basically, determine how many of the windows they would recommend for, a potential treatment, that would ensure it would be safe. So we did just this afternoon schedule a meeting, so Dale Giannapp and Samantha Kelly from Giannapp Architects will be on site next Wednesday, May 1st at 9 a.m. So I'm gonna meet them out on site, Sam will be there, Brian will be there, and I'm sure Christine will be there too, but, it's really Sam is key to this, and as well as obviously Brian has been the kind of, working with Wells Restoration on site. So Brian had approached me earlier today, said that, we're seeking a price for this kind of, fix with bricks.
Yeah, basically brick filler.
Yeah,
Place it,
yeah. Brian said he might have a different approach to that, and I told, that might be cost effective. I said, if so, that's great, just let me know what it is. We'll need to obviously review that with the architects, with Sam, and make sure that whatever, alternative is a good alternative. But I did tell him that, I expected, the goal would be 2 weeks from tonight at the May 9th meeting to have a kind of a proposal in front of you as a board to consider for ARPA funds, as to do we want to go forward with this with some number of windows, if so, how many? And so I don't know if, one of you, and I'm kind of looking at Chris, because he's obviously been in construction. This meeting next Wednesday morning, and I mean, if you want to be like, the more visibility you want on this,
Yeah.
it's
What
open
time
book.
is that?
Next Wednesday at 9 a.m. So it's kind of
That's-
Yeah.
quickly developing situation.
Will that be at Page or
At Page, yeah, we'll meet on site.
9 a.m.?
Yep. And, Dale, if you haven't met him, he's really, really good. And I was, obviously out of town last week when this kind of came up, but they were like right on site, like, and it's so, and it really, I told staff when we talked about it yesterday morning, the kind of staff working group, I said, this really validated the approach we took on this by engaging the architect and really doing a scope and an RFP, and really, because then when something like this comes up, they're able to like really be our, bring that technical expertise. So people have been very, very responsive. So we'll have more on that at the next meeting. Now, there are a couple of other very brief updates. I sent around something earlier today on the local hazard mitigation plan. We are moving toward the final draft on that. That is really, really important, because that's gonna, getting an approved plan through state and federal emergency management restores our eligibility for a number of grants that I think are gonna be important to us. So there's been a tremendous team effort by a lot of different departments have really put in some significant effort on this. So we're now in the end game. We have another deadline in the next 2 weeks or so. So we have to stay focused on it and continue to push this, because that's what we'll need to meet the overall timeline of getting the total approvals this summer.
So will there be any public participation?
There will, yeah, it's actually gonna be part of one of the major events for the River Road. We're gonna bring that together.
Great.
And it's also actually gonna be, so it's gonna be on two public meetings in June. we have it penciled in for the first select board meeting. As a presentation of the draft plan. But we also, in terms of like a more larger public engagement, we wanted to integrate it with the River Road. Without distracting from the River Road, but because it's so closely related. And that we're hoping we're gonna do everything we can to get as many people as we possibly can to the last MVP public workshop, because it's really gonna be an enormous amount of content and information. And we thought by including the hazard mitigation plan, it would, because we know River Road will draw a certain amount of attention, that's gonna get hopefully more attention on the town-wide than maybe, like if we have a standalone event on the hazard mitigation plan, realistically, how many people are gonna show up? So by doing it in concert, it accomplishes a couple of things, hopefully gets more public attention on that, but also make sure that if people who show up who have their own concerns about, vulnerability that don't live on River Road and say, well, what about us? This is to make sure people understand while we are focused on River Road, we are also doing what we need to do on a town-wide basis to position the town for future state and federal monies. So it's to basically make sure that people understand that as important as River Road is, there's a bigger picture, and when we're well aware that this is all we're trying to make sure this is all in sync with one another. A couple of other things, just briefly, did you want to say anything about the meeting this coming Tuesday with the Housing Authority and the decarbonization?
Well, this is really the first meeting with them.
Okay.
I mean, I dropped in at their last meeting and, for very valid reasons, I didn't want to talk about it because it wasn't on their agenda and they didn't have any background. I just wanted to sort of get, establish that it was a topic I wanted to talk about. So, really at this point, I've forwarded them links and all the information, if somebody has the time to read it, that they would need to understand what this is about. And I explained in a paragraph what it was about. And so it's really to determine, is the housing authority interested in pursuing the decarbonization planning for this property here, although they might also extend it to the other properties that they have in town. To me, it would be a logical thing for them to do, but that's, and I'll suggest that in conversation, but that's up to them to decide what they want to do, because, they're independent. I just, although, obviously it hasn't been done for anything here yet, but if I had to guess, if we have decarbonization plan developed or roadmap developed for this building in the annex, it may well suggest that long-term we'd be looking at geothermal for these buildings, because that's the best long-term solution. It's the most efficient long-term solution. And if that were done for these buildings, then it would make a lot of sense for this entire, all contiguous structures to be involved. It wouldn't have to happen that way, but it would make the most sense. That's my expectation at least. So, that's really what I plan to talk with them about. I'm hoping that what I'm talking with, I'm not talking Greek, we're speaking Greek as far as they're concerned, and that may, there's that risk, but try to be as clear as possible.
All right, I've got it on my calendar too, so barring any crisis, Tuesday morning, I'm planning to sit in on that as well.
Okay.
And the last thing I had was following on the board's authorization at a recent meeting, I did sign the retainer agreement for the PFAS litigation, so we are now officially under contract and represented in that matter. So.
Okay, move on to item C, department updates and discussion.
Really good meeting yesterday, Wendy and Michelle and Graham Batcher from the Open Space Committee and Molly Hawkins from COMCOM. We'll continue to work toward the Sawmill Brook management plan that's got to be complete by June 30th. And Michelle had set out a kind of a clear follow-up timing based on the comments received, and so we do expect to have a draft in circulation. I think you guys have seen earlier drafts, but there's gonna be a draft in circulation in the next week or so reflecting the comments received, and ultimately, that's something that I believe the commission will be the approving entity, but or is it both the select board and the commission?
I think the commission will approve it and then you would sign on behalf of the select.
Right, so, yeah, so you guys will need to kind of have
Yeah.
ownership of that. So that's, I think I have that penciled in for the May 9th meeting, to review that draft of the Sawmill Brook.
So what's in here does not incorporate the changes we made yesterday, so just so you know.
Yeah.
This is a preliminary draft.
Were there many changes?
Yeah. Not a huge amount, but just some substantive ones. Okay. Item B, town clerk update on the dangerous dog hearing.
So I attended the dangerous dog hearing back on April 12th. Darlene Wood was the instructor who's had extensive experience in the world of dangerous dogs, working for the city of Lowell, working for the state. But in this case, she was our trainer. And it's actually very, if you don't know it, then you would have no clue about it, but it's kind of all laid out in one rule. So it's chapter 140, section 157 of Mass General Law is the prescriptive 7 things you can do at a dangerous dog hearing. If you have it in your bylaws, you could do additional things like require training, things like that. But with a lack of anything, these are really the only 7 things you can do. And so we've had dangerous dog hearings in the past that we've required things, and technically someone could have just said, I'm not gonna do that, and we would have no way to enforce it because it's not in our rules. So it was a very, very informative, mainly because I'd never been to a dangerous dog hearing, and she said it lays it out, it's public meeting. But she does suggest in the future, if we ever have one, to not have it as a board. So not you guys deciding it, because the more people making a decision, the more you can question, oh, that someone may be sympathetic, you could, like, it just brings in the question about what happens after the hearing. And so usually it's, first step is it goes to a clerk magistrate if it was a fair hearing. If the clerk magistrate feels it wasn't a fair hearing, then you have to go back and do it again. It's just having one person sit, listen, and make a prescription is a lot better than having a board at a public meeting and then having a discussion and then all that.
And what was the Mass General Law you said?
Yeah, chapter 140, section 157. And then underneath it, it goes to, it's like those
Okay.
7
All right,
things
in
to
there,
do.
okay.
Obviously, the worst one being euthanizing the dog, first being, I think it's just muzzle. So in public, muzzle the dog, things like that. So it goes really the range.
Okay,
It's not something we ever want to deal with,
No.
but April, when it comes up, it's important to have that background, because it's obviously can be a
Did,
really emotional issue.
did the instructor recommend that communities have additional bylaws specifically to do, and also, do we have to specifically adopt chapter 140?
So no, we don't have to adopt it because it applies if you don't have anything. She did suggest it only because the 7 things are pretty prescriptive.
Yeah.
Okay. Other than like the one that everyone would think to automatically is this person has to do training. That's not like, it depends on the dog. Some dogs may be very good about training, and a lot of what she talked about, and everyone kind of agreed with her. 9 times out of 10, it's not a bad dog, it's a bad owner. And really, like, you're trying to punish the owner by making the owner go to the training. And that's really what it is. And so the law is dealing with the dog and what you can do to make sure the dog is not dangerous to other people, regardless of the owner. That's really what it comes down to. And I think that was the main takeaway, is that that's why it is so emotional, because maybe it is a good dog to the owner. but the owner doesn't treat the dog well in public or doesn't socialize the dog or whatever it is, so.
You said it'd be one person to do the hearing. Who was that suggested to be?
So, it runs the gamut, so it could be. It can't be the dog officer, but it could be like in Methuen's a good example, like the lieutenant. Is the one who's the supervisor for the dog officer, and so they're the ones who do the hearing. Or someone in town outside of essentially the dog world, as it were. Town clerks, things like that. So the idea
What I was
would
wondering.
I'm not suggesting anyone, but the hearing authority kind of would be like an annual appointment, so if it ever does come up, it's not a quick, like, hey, we gotta appoint somebody before it's us.
So we should be thinking about what is,
I would suggest.
okay. What do you think, Angus?
this is the first time I'm hearing some of this,
Okay.
and in my experience, it's been select boards.
Mhm.
And it's not something that you want to deal with.
Yeah.
But if someone has to deal with the chief elected official, I hear what he's saying, and I'd like to learn more about that, and I don't want to discount anything about what you're saying, but it seems to me there is some benefit to, a posted public meeting minutes, like, in terms of whether it's a fair hearing or not, like,
Transparency, yeah.
it seems like this board's more than capable of having giving someone a fair hearing, and
Mhm.
I would think long and hard before delegating that authority, because it is potentially such an enormous consequence, the weight of that decision is enormously consequential.
Yeah.
And so who has standing above the chief elected official in the community to make a decision like that?
Mhm.
So I definitely like to learn more about it, but it's not something I would want to see us run it, jump into like, it's definitely something to learn more about, so that if it should arise in the future, we know how we want
Could
to
also
handle
be
it.
like the police chief or something like that.
Yeah, so maybe sometime in the summer, we should.
Yeah, I think it's
Agenda
yeah,
and look into
I
it.
think that's a good.
All right, well, thank you for going, Jen.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. The next item is the town planner report. Any questions on that? Okay. Item D is a recap of the forum that you had. How was that?
It was good. We did not have the attendance we've had in past years. We had, I think, a little less than 20 people there. In the past, we've had more like 30 to 35. In prior years, they've often had lunch. This year it was light refreshments, so I think for next year, I'd love to see it. It's a great event, and whether it's 10 people, I think it was 16 or 18, whether it's 15 people there or 50 people there, it's gonna be a great event. My feeling is the more people are there, the more people benefit from what is a really nice, informal, laid back, people can ask questions. It's a nice thing, and so I think suggest that we go back to having a lunch if that, it was very good, a lot of good discussion. It does give us some preview of some number of residents' questions or issues, none of which would surprise you. I think, but
Is it primarily members of the senior center that go, or is it?
yeah, it's not limited to that in any way, but yeah, that's
the audience.
Yeah, so we do every year this, one-page summary, which is definitely handy. And, it's nice to have everything kind of at a glance. So,
Mhm.
yeah, very good event, very good event.
Okay, moving on to item D, board and commissions and committee updates. The first one is on the Right to Farm Agricultural Commission bylaw update, we met last week. And there is now a draft circulating, and the hope is to have something ready to share with boards and committees, in May. And they're still targeting October town meeting to bring it.
When you say we met, what was the we?
Well, this ad hoc committee, I have just been going to the meetings to try to keep.
So how many people they represent, that kind of thing?
It's anybody that was interested. I mean, this is my one regret that we didn't assign, or appoint a committee, because it's different people show up at each meeting and then we end up rehashing stuff that's already been resolved. So it's a little bit inefficient, but, a lot of farmers in town there. Rich Baker was there. I think there were about 10 people there at the last meeting. With the prior meeting, there were more like 15. So,
General agreement amongst the group on the issue you want to address?
yeah, I think the discussion tends to be around on how to approach it and, what the primary objective is. It's not just establishing the agricultural commission to manage grievances. It's also to promote farming and educate the public about what farming is. So I think it's gonna be good. It's nice to see a grassroots effort and people doing the work to get something accomplished. So that's it on that one. Item B, update on the Board of Assessors meeting with equestrian property owners. I know you attended, Chris. I've had feedback from a couple residents on this. I guess I asked Angus to put this on the agenda because I think it's important to reestablish what the select board's role is with respect to this.
Do we have a rule? I think
We don't, that's the
No,
point.
that's-
I mean, we cannot exert any pressure on the assessor's office. We
Good.
can't, because there is some perception in the public that the select board should do something about this.
No,
And
that's
so I
our
just,
line, I thought.
yep, so that's why I put it on the agenda, just to say that we are aware that this is going on, that we're hearing people's concerns, but we really do not have a role in resolving this. Do you want to add anything?
No, yeah, I mean, I think there's, in terms of if things are communicated well, or if there's process, feedback, that's always appropriate, but in terms of valuations, as he said, there's a bright line in any community between the assessors and the kind of chief elected body, and that is for obvious reasons. You can imagine across the Commonwealth, there could be things that would go on if there wasn't that bright line. So, we have an elected board of assessors. They're accountable to the voters. Yeah.
Can we comment on it at all, or I mean?
Yeah, as an individual, you can. I think as a board, I do think, you ought to be measured, because you don't wanna, it's not just the board's independence, it's also staff, shouldn't be feeling.
Well, can I make a factual statement of a comment that was made in the meeting? Or is that,
I was not planning on discussing the actual, content of the meeting. Do you know that it's a fact, or?
as that Board of Assessors stated it? And somebody, I'll go with it, and if they have a problem, somebody asked how many of the cities and towns in the state assessed based in this fashion. And the response was none. West Newbury's the only one. So, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess we don't want this. When this first came up, I thought I had heard something to the contrary, and I'm not debating what Chris said, to me, it was surprising, because I thought I heard.
It's a semantic issue in terms of like, there's a certain
Yeah.
phrasing that's been used in terms of, but I think the material issue, it seems, is, are the valuations fair? Are they based on comps? Are they supported by sales data? If there's a semantic, and I know there is.
And that could be the difference, yeah.
Adjustment, that could be a unique term here, but in terms of are the values supported by data, that's what the Board of Assessors is guided by.
So if I receive, or if the select board receives emails, do you think they should be circulated to the board, or should we?
It corresponds to the board, so yeah, of
Okay,
course, the board
right,
should receive the correspondence sent to the board, and
Okay. All right, so I will forward that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
We're not intending to take action. we're just saying-
Right, and I don't want to impose more work on anybody, least of all somebody who's only doing as much as you are, but I'm wondering if there should just be a canned response, letting people know who do reach out to the board,
Mhm.
to this board, that you know, that the Board of Assessors is an independent board and that we're happy to hear what people have to say, but nothing we can or should, do or say
That's
would have
what
an
I said.
impact. Yeah, okay.
So
great.
I'll include
Okay,
my
thanks.
response to
Okay.
the email.
Thanks.
All right, great. All right, moving on to item C. This is the Board of Fire Engineers questionnaire. Thanks for attending, Mike.
Yeah.
And also doing this in such a timely manner. I think the primary question that came up for us was the staffing plan that Lieutenant Perfield was working on, and like, what is the plan for per diem firefighters? Is there a long-term plan? And
Yeah, so as a board, we're discussing how we can better maximize sort of the staffing we have right now that are available during the daytime hours, which are the times where we have the least amount of help. And the current budget that we have in place, how we can use that to make sure that we are getting all the tasks and responsibilities of the day done, instead of sort of cherry picking it through the day or through the week. Being able to schedule in some people to cover, have responsibilities, and be available for calls during the daytime. So we're not looking to make a drastic change to the way we operate, but we're looking to really just maximize what we have right now for staff and availability. One of the changes that we were hoping to make with the new budget for the next fiscal year is to consolidate all the wage line items, so we have one wage line item that we can now better manage, instead of the way we're doing it right now, which is the multiple lines, which are all wage and salary of some sort. And at the end of the year, we have to do transfers and we have to sort of turn back money. So we want to make sure that we're taking what we have right now, doing it a little bit differently, and putting some people in place. We're certainly gonna make sure that we're working with the town manager's office to make sure that we're not, you know, overburdening certain personnel. There's really only one member of the department, I think that would be the question that would come up for the number of hours they would work in a given period of time. But most everybody else would be, you know, less than that, 1 or 2 shifts per week. And we're gonna look at this week by week, month by month, to see how it's going, how we can reevaluate it, how we can better maximize the use of coverage, and then.
so, I mean, is there any issue as far as benefits if you get to a certain number of hours, or is it because it's per diem that's not?
We're not looking to push people beyond a certain number of hours, that can be worked out through.
But will there be like a limit on it so that people can go over it? Okay, and then who would track that?
That's my point. With about 17 people that would be available to work there.
Okay, did you have?
Well, just, yeah, I think I think that's what you're saying, is keep an eye on the, you know, who's assigned what shifts, because, if in the aggregate, employees works above certain thresholds, it does trigger certain requirements under state law to make available health insurance and so forth, and if we're not budgeting for, you know, we're budgeting health insurance based on the number of qualified part-time and full-time employees we have and the head count, and so we're really not budgeting for people whose eligibility could change because they're getting a certain number of shifts. So, yeah, we gotta keep an eye on that, because, it's, if we don't, it could create exposure that we're not, budgeting for.
So that the limitation, I think this is a topic from some other stuff we have on the table now, that it's 20 hours a week. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's a threshold.
Mhm.
And I guess, Mike, I'm not clear, when you said there's 17 people who would be working shifts, I was under the impression when
Available.
Okay, so I was under the impression when I sat in on, you know, Board of Fire Engineers meeting, that the idea was really, I interpreted it, and maybe I oversimplified things, as really just one person, most likely each day, for effectively one shift. Now, if that's not correct, that's fine. I just, could you kind of elaborate on that a little bit? Because I thought the idea was to have coverage during daytime hours when you have, as you said earlier, the least coverage and hence the longest response time, or the longest potential response time. And the goal was to, among other things, improve that response time.
Yeah, I mean, we hope to have 2 people on per shift, but that's not gonna be a guarantee. And again, we're gonna work through the numbers that we have, the availability of people throughout the weeks. We know for a fact we're not gonna be able to put as many people as we'd like to put on shift. But I think it's an opportunity for us to look at how we can further stabilize the fire department. The one thing I don't want to do is go after a federal grant to staff 2 people full-time, because that becomes a major investment for the town.
Yeah.
And then there's implications going forward after that. And I think that we have a good crew of firefighters that provide service for the town. I want to retain them. We give them some sort of incentive to continue to work for us. And we believe that this is something that can provide that opportunity.
So it sounds like, I mean, there's focused on weekdays, right? And 2 people, so potentially it could boil down to on a typical week, 10 shifts per week, or.
Yeah, we're not
times
counting holidays. We're not counting.
Yeah, I was trying to just make it real simple. And they would be, I mean, there's a bunch of work that has to be done every week anyway, just taking care of equipment, making sure things are ready to go at a few seconds notice essentially, so everything has to be in place and ready all the time, and part of that's work is done already. Correct?
Correct.
And so one, sort of an ongoing purpose of the people being on, besides being ready to go at any time during the week, would be to get that stuff done that's currently done in the evening or on weekends or.
Oftentimes 7 days a week, multiple hours.
Yeah.
That includes inspections, that
Yeah,
includes
okay,
truck checks.
Right, okay.
A lot of things that aren't being done, we would be able to utilize for this as well.
okay. And do you see that resulting in any net increase in hours, or just, sort of a smoother, over time, a smoothing?
We don't know yet. This is a big change for the way we operate. One of the goals I had for having the opportunity to remain as chief is let's not invest the money into the fire chief. Let's make him work a lot more and put the money towards where we need it, which is the response to the town.
Okay.
And the board's, spoken pretty favorably about trying to see what this will provide us for an opportunity. We do not have we actually, I think we're at 500 calls so far this calendar year. So it's been a busy year, but it's also hasn't been a busy year for brush fires, that sort of stuff. So it's really hard to forecast how our fire department's gonna operate in this town with the number of calls that we have. So we just really wanna look at this as an opportunity to see how it plays out.
So is this something the board would check in about monthly? I mean, do you have a set? I'm just concerned about getting too far down the road and it's too much and it's too late,
It's my only comment.
Yeah.
That's not bad. And I'm gonna see to that.
Yeah. So what would you think about some kind of quarterly or periodic check-in with Angus or the board or what?
Yeah, I think I added that. If it wasn't clear in the questionnaire, that's fine, but I can, that's,
Updates to the.
yeah, that would.
Okay, what would you think would be a good frequency, Angus, so that?
Well, I think, we get the payroll,
Yeah.
so we see
Yeah.
that, obviously, I guess, one thing that we really haven't talked through is, the appointment process, but if someone's appointed and they're on the books as a employee, as a call employee, but then they're assigned shifts, like my office is involved with the appointment process as you are, but the assigning of shifts, we're really not in any way involved. So I think that's where it's just, I think, it's a meeting we can have with the finance staff as well to just make sure that there's a clear handle on shifts being assigned, because most departments, if not all, have, there's like hours of operation and there's schedules and people have kind of set schedules, and that's part of the terms of employment. They're hired. So people are hired and they're on the books as a call firefighter, but then it kind of morphs into they're maybe getting, you know, a number of shifts and now working regularly 19 hours a week. Those things like
Okay.
that could happen, and, you know, the chief may be well aware, but I might not become aware till later, and then at which point, you know, things can have changed without really. Yeah, I think it's important for the, you know, I think it would be helpful actually to have a, you know, kind of a written plan.
Mhm.
And a report perhaps regularly that you can react to.
What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, I thought it was-
Any other questions on the questionnaire?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I mean, earlier it was said not a drastic change, but then it was said it's a big change in the way we operate, so that's what I'm trying
Mhm.
to just make that understand.
So it seems like this is a personnel issue, you know, between you and the fire department, as well as, you know, us trying to understand the long-term plan.
Yeah, and also I'm trying to be responsive to, you know, when, you know, finance staff or treasurer collector approached me, you know, earlier this year, saying, hey, based on the actual number of hours worked, you know, there could already be an employee who we are obligated to, anyhow, so it's
Okay. So there's
I don't
a
wanna
couple
be-
different layers.
after the fact, kind of making those, you know, finding that out.
Yeah. All right, so it seems like further communication between you and Angus or finance staff or,
I'm gonna report back to the board.
Okay.
Board engineer.
all right, sounds good. All right, should we move on to the appointments then? I had a question. You and I had spoken about the water superintendent being a fire engineer, and what things you do in the way that you manage the calls to prevent any kind of conflict of interest. If you could just speak to that.
Yeah, so I would recommend that Mark would be an asset to be on the board of engineers.
Mhm.
But he would also be sort of the liaison to the water department for the board. So his responsibilities would be if there were any questions that we ever had, I think the board would be sort of educated on with the water department. As far as operations are concerned, he wouldn't be responsible for anything fire related at a structure fire or a building fire.
Mhm.
He'd be responsible for his Monday through Friday job, which is the water department and the town's water.
Mhm. Okay. So you don't see any conflict then?
I don't know, and,
Okay.
if I did, that would be something we'd have further discussion on.
Yeah, so it's worked out fine this past year.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, great. Any other questions on any of these candidates for either of you? Somebody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I moved that we, let's get all the names, that we appoint,
They're all on the agenda.
Yeah, Michael Dwyer, Benjanel, Dave Evans, Cooper, Farrell, and Mark Marlowe.
sorry.
Okay, and so the discussion, the only other question I had is about Evans, that he's gonna continue in his capacity, even though he's in full-time.
Yep, that's what he, and again, we believe he's valuable.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's what I have to, you know, I think because of what he's doing in Newbury now, he actually is a real asset here, you know, contributes, you know, knowledge of what's going on elsewhere, and, you know, he learns information about equipment availability or, you know, procedures, you know, from another source, you know, from another place, and
Yeah.
I think that's a real benefit.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. All right,
And,
thank you, Mike.
he didn't specifically say it was a
Yeah,
one-year
it's a
appointment
one-year
through April
Yeah.
30th of 2025.
Okay, item B, determine amount for snow and ice. Is it true that it's zero?
Thanks, Mark.
It's zero, right?
Yeah. All right, all bills are in. There were quite a few in the warrant last time.
Yeah, there
That's
were.
good.
Yes, I believe they've, captured everything now.
Okay, so that article will just come off.
Passed over with no action, yeah.
All right, great.
So is that the first time ever, I wonder?
It's the first time in memory, and yeah, two factors, obviously, the change in weather patterns, but also the increase in the amount to 200. As you know, that does mean if we reduce that operating budget in a future year, we will not have the option that year to pay the overage in the way. You can still pay it through, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you can still pay it through a line item reserve fund transfer in that time. It's not like you can't pay the bill,
Yeah.
but you can't do it in the way that we've done it if we were to reduce the operating budget in the future. So let's say in 10 years, our fund is like Virginia's, you know.
Hopefully we're not that fast.
No, but.
Yeah, for
We got other problems.
There may come a point that, you know, anyway, I hope it's not, I hope that's not.
Yeah.
So I don't have to move to retire to one climate, which is,
It's coming to you.
climate change isn't all bad, right?
You're probably high enough, you won't have beachfront property, but.
One question, it's, one of the vendors, Trees Unlimited, they have plowing and they have tree cleanup. Tree cleanup goes into the plowing line item?
This is just a summary that the staff person put together. This isn't the actual invoice. I'd have to look at the invoice to see what was, but if it's trees that fell in a winter storm, that would be a legitimate snow and ice. But
Okay, enough it came on the DPW's tree budget, it comes out of this one then.
if there's very clear parameters on what is an eligible snow and ice expense. And that's something that both, you know, Public Works and Jenny look at very closely before it's coded to that line. There's definitely clear guidance from the state on what that is.
Okay. Item C, determine the amount for, we're at 7 o'clock. That will, we need to do that before the joint meeting, right?
Or you could do it during the joint meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're waiting on Casey.
Maybe,
You go for it.
thank you very much.
I thought it was speaking French, really?
Maybe,
Maybe.
may no. I find it.
They know, I expected.
So do you know if Casey's appearing in person?
She said she knows him.
Yeah.
Okay. And hi, Tim.
Assume your position.
Hey. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I mean, Rob and I both said see you Thursday.
Yeah.
So maybe we should go ahead with that item, then we wait for Casey.
Yeah, I would, you know, other than taking a meeting with the town council. Yeah.
All right. You wanna go ahead with that, Angus?
Yeah.
Or waiting? So this is the amount for the telecommunications article, the bids came in
Yeah.
yesterday or today?
They came in yesterday. It wasn't until this, early this afternoon that we were able to, meet as a group. And, so, yeah, so Caitlin, Parker had put together a kind of a summary of the bids received. And so I sent out kind of a summary of the summary. And, on the basis of the bids received, not having reviewed any of them in terms of, you know, are they responsive? Is it exactly what we asked for? Is it more? Is it less? All of that can take time, but the amount I'm recommending is 42,000. The rationale being, that would preserve the flexibility of if we happen to find the high bid is the best, which it isn't usually how it goes.
Mhm.
But if, you know, it seems that given that, you know, short amount of time between now and town meeting, that would be a conservative amount that would preserve, the town's flexibility to award the contract it deems, best. So if, yeah, so that's what I would propose,
Okay.
42,000.
That's in addition to the 65 that's
Correct.
already been.
Yeah.
How many bids did you receive?
We received 10 total. One was from a team that had not attended the mandatory pre-bid, and they also didn't attend the second non-mandatory visit, so they haven't set foot here, so that is a non-responsive submittal. So there were 9 submittals, and of those, 5 were phone only, and 4 were phone and cabling. So depending, you know, the town in any procurement reserves the right to award a contract in whole or in part. So that's gonna be part of the review. So we are gonna review the 5 that are phone only. And if that ends up being the best, you know, that could be the best option, I think. So for instance, if additional funding didn't pass, there would still be, with the funding that's already been approved, a path toward doing what we could do with the available funding. So the goal is to do.
Could you explain it in the email today? I was confused. There's a table in there,
Yeah,
low, medium, high, cabling dollar proposal, phone dollar proposal in total.
yeah,
I don't understand the one number.
yeah, right, yeah. I didn't either, and it's, I haven't looked at the bids. I mean, we just got them in and, you know, it's gonna take quite a while to review that, but yeah, Verizon had basically, offered a price of 18,000 with a $17,000 credit, round numbers. 15,000. My understanding from Caitlin Barker is that would be for the first 3 years, and then it would go up to more of like the real price, and all of these things, yeah, it's not as clear as.
I figured it was just a real good nonprofit.
Yeah, no, that's Verizon, yeah.
That was the biggest of big corporations.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fine print
Yeah,
in these
yeah,
articles
okay.
and, or these, proposals, so.
Okay.
So you're looking for contractual obligation on a yearly basis once you accept one of these?
Yeah, for the, so, and that's another thing on the recurring costs, that also has to be parsed on exactly what that is, which may vary from one to the next. Whether that's, hosting of the cloud, for the, you know, server storage is part of that, or, you know, and or maintenance and or leasing. Some of those include that they're proposing to lease the equipment. So that could be part of those recurring costs. So it's, like I said in the email, it's, you know, there's a reason the review process is gonna take, you know, more than a month. We have a number of staff as kind of an advisory, working, you know, like an advisory group to the procurement officer. And so we're gonna follow the same process we did with the Page School conditions assessment, which is that each member of that advisory group, which will include our IT consultant, will review each proposal received against the performance standards that were in the RFP, assign ratings based on their assessment of how responsive or non-responsive they are to the criteria of the RFP. That will all get to the procurement officer, who then produces basically a numerical, like this is the short list based on how they are objectively ranked. And then we would invite in some number of firms or teams to make a proposal out of 9. That could be 3, if it could be 2 to 3, probably not more than 3. So that's part of the process. To have interviews toward the end of May, and then make a determination as to what's the best, most responsive proposal.
So in those meetings, those aren't negotiations, because they've already
No.
given you, but it too. But it would be then to address, inconsistencies between what they proposed and what's in and what was in the specification,
Or if there's things, you know, there isn't, if let's say one proponent offered something that was not specifically called for, but was found to be advantageous, that could be found to be more advantageous, so, that's.
Okay, so do we need to vote on that?
You would need to vote on that, yeah, so you don't need to vote the amount I'm recommending, obviously, that's up to you what to vote, you know, what.
yeah, well, you massage the numbers a lot more than.
I'll make the motion, we can discuss it. afterwards. We'll make a motion to, allocate $42,000 for the telecom article.
I'm sorry.
All right, discussion.
Yeah, you got the 42, you got the 65 previously, and then the 28,000 for the locks that at one point was floated into the conversation. I'm just wondering if we've gotten piecemeal package when it should have all been together as one. I don't know. Are you comfortable that this can go forward successfully? Is my, I guess.
I haven't reviewed the proposals received, so I think that the approach has, I think, been sound. It has been, you know, there was a significant turn in the road when we, you know, recommended expanding to include the cabling. So, yeah, in hindsight being 2020, that could have been part of the initial bid. And I think yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not prepared to say that, not having reviewed the proposals.
But I would think that if it worked out, that the same vendor was chosen for both the foam and cabling, then I mean, there's no guarantee that will be the case, but that, you know, the right hand and the left hand will be working together.
Yeah, that's very important to us. And as far as the locks, I mean, let's say we entered a contract with, you know, firm A to do the telecom. If they were also qualified to do the door locks, we could potentially do a contract amendment with that firm. Because the door locks alone are below the RFP threshold. And that could end up saving a lot of money relative to the 28,000 that's been carried, assuming that's put out as a standalone project. There wouldn't be, you know, I don't think that would be the approach to put that out as a standalone project. If the phone and the cabling goes forward, I think the goal would be to get that with a single vendor that's already mobilized, that's already in the space, and would probably save, you know, a lot of money relative to the estimate that we have.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
If we could start it over, you would have had a consultant that would have done an overall plan and then taken the bids, but this is 3 separate projects trying to form together.
That's just the way it evolves, and we're trying to make the best of the situation.
Yeah.
Well, so that it is good that at least 4 vendors bid on both.
Yes.
So we have some
Yeah.
options.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Do you want to vote now, Rob, or do you want to take it up separately?
I think we should take it up, but I think with town council and Casey here, maybe we might want to just
Okay, so
go
you
to that, yeah, so we can just a little bit later, I think,
all right,
because it might be a lengthy discussion.
okay. All right, do you need to call to order?
Guys, yeah, we're in order, thank you.
You look pretty out of order to me.
Yeah, right,
All right,
we got a forum.
all right, review town meeting motions and logistics with the board, town council, moderator, town clerk, and town manager. So, any suggestions how we want to do this? Casey, do you have any preference? Would you like to come up closer to
Yeah,
the?
please.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's probably good. No, I don't. I don't want to waste anyone's time, but I don't have any particular things that I need to ask or whatever.
Mhm.
But when we have the conversation, typically something comes up, so, you know, so I don't want to go through it so fast that we just rubber stamp everything and say, oh, that's fine, but on the other hand, I don't want to drag things out either, so. Whatever works best for everybody is fine with me, but I think, if any of you have any particular concerns about any of these motions or questions or whatever, we should definitely take those up. Sure.
One of the things in the packet, was there a schedule of the articles with the descriptors on them? Within the packet, I saw something.
That was
What do you
with
mean?
the
A schedule?
Council on Aging, the QA session.
Okay, right, so,
Oh, like the one.
yeah, so
Yeah.
it might be helpful just to have it up on the screen, I
Sure.
found that really beneficial. Jim, was that you curating the descriptors in there? Like we
No.
talked about?
I wouldn't say curating, I would say grabbing titles and a copy.
Okay.
But then I tweaked it a bit.
Okay, so someone, you did take it, we had a conversation earlier this week, and one of the things that came up was, you know, making sure that the descriptors were, you know, informative.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we shortchange stuff because we're all dealing with it, so now that we're about to go out. That's, I found that schedule very helpful.
Okay.
All right, so, and I've just done a share screen, so Tim sees what we're
All right.
talking about.
Should we, before we go to individual articles, should we talk about general logistics or
Yeah.
general concerns? I mean, do you wanna kind of update on the meeting you had, or?
I think it was, we had, earlier draft motions, which were Monday as opposed to, last night's, but was substantially similar. It was really, I think, more of some of the logistics, the room setup, obviously it'd be a new venue. We've done everything we can to make it really clear. It's at Page School. We expect some number of people may show up at the annex, so we'll have signage here. But Jim can elaborate, but he's been over there a number of times working with Brian on room setup, on making sure the AV is gonna be set up, making sure that Public Works, that we know exactly when the chairs have to be cleared Tuesday morning so that the school can go forward with their normal meal schedules. In the eventuality that it went to a second night, we did talk Monday that it would make sense to go to that second night to Tuesday. So that's something that if people are not holding Tuesday in their calendar, please do so, in the event it goes to a second night. And, Jim's again been working with Brian and, the school to make sure that they know when they have to break down the chairs, when they can get back into the school Tuesday if needed to set them up for Tuesday night. We've got, Dwyer's been involved in terms of, both he and the officer on duty and, also an additional reserve officer, or not reserve, detail officer will be, managing traffic and parking. And, so he's got a plan for that. So, I think we're doing what we can to be prepared. I personally have a little bit of butterflies on it just being a different venue. You never know.
Yeah.
What are the things we're not thinking of? So we're always trying to think of what are we not thinking of?
But you covered stuff like the parking's gonna be out back and it's gonna be
Well,
similar.
there's a bit of a change on that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was told, and then I was told that changed, so.
Yeah, there's
So
not-
it's only because, having multiple entrances at one time would be hard.
Yeah.
Especially for staff that we're gonna have there and things like that, so we kind of try to fill the front lot first. And once that's full, then we can
Okay.
start putting people in the back.
But they've
lots.
handled that whole parking arrangement, so there's like you were just saying, there's gonna be like 3 people up there.
Yeah, and Butch has arranged to borrow, in addition to the 2 portable signs that you see out there for Church and Bridge Street. He's arranged to borrow, 2 additional of those signs from the city of Newburyport, that will be set up at each, end of town on Main Street, so we'll,
Yeah, like you see, very often. And ahead of the meeting, are we going to like remind people of where the parking, just
yeah,
a courtesy heads up,
Yeah,
because
let's
it's
send
gonna be
something out.
strange to everybody.
yeah, you're right, yeah, let's send something out tomorrow and again on Monday,
Yeah.
that's a good idea,
Roughly how many spaces are there in the one lot?
Mike said comfortably on the entire site, we could fit well over 300 cars. I mean,
Including the front and the back.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if it would make sense for those of us who are,
getting
active in the meeting,
meeting.
be in the back.
I was thinking that as
Yeah,
well, like
could they
staff
also
and anyone who
probably-
gets their first, stick us in the back is we're gonna be there the longest.
Yeah, because you're right, Rick, I think we will run out of in front.
Exactly,
And you're gonna
absolutely.
end up being in the back anyway.
yeah.
It's just, you probably just want the first wave of people coming in one door and then.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
The other thing we did talk about was, the microphone setup. Angus, there was, we wanted it positioned in certain ways so people.
This is different from, when we do it at the annex. At the annex, there's either a aisle in the middle of 2 sections, or the last time there was just one microphone way over on the side. The microphone on the way over on the side didn't work at all, and people couldn't hear, they didn't know what was going on. And my microphone didn't work at all, so nobody knew what I was saying either, so it was kind of a bad situation. So we've talked about that, and the need to go over and do a sound check and make sure that people can hear. But the other part is, and there's this whole issue of, and I say this every time, but I think maybe nobody ever listens to me. You can't speak unless you've been recognized by the moderator. Now, when you have people just standing in line, That's a very awkward situation, because nobody wants to stand there and wait for me to say, okay, next person in line. That's really sort of. On the other hand, if you don't have any sort of way that the moderator recognizes the speaker, from the point of view of the moderator, there's no way that I can also tell them they have to shut up. Because they've never been recognized, and so the whole thing is just sort of a free-for-all, with the people standing in line sort of managing themselves. So the way we have it set up now, there are 3 sections on the floor. There are 2 aisles, and there will be 2 microphones. Now, none of us that were at the meeting on Monday liked what a lot of towns do is they have an I microphone and a no microphone. I really don't like that. That's sort of like announcing to the world how you feel, and people are not comfortable with that.
And it's not always that simple.
Yeah, yeah, right, a lot of people are actually looking for clarification, but they don't know what decision they
Right,
take.
so we're not doing it. But if someone's standing in a line, it is a bit of a awkward situation for everybody to have to wait for me to officially recognize me. So if you're standing in the line and you're the next up, you're recognized. I'm not gonna tell anybody unless it's someone who's already started to make a big problem and I've told them to leave the meeting, which is not happening very often. When they're at the microphone, they're recognized. The problem is on the other end, because this has been a problem in West Newbury forever, so this is not new. Then they don't sit down. And especially if they're someone who really cares about this thing, and they really want to speak about this thing. So then they're gonna stand there next to the next speaker, so they can jump in and speak again. Now, the rule is, you can't speak again unless everybody else has had a chance to speak. So this becomes a management problem for me, because I'm not recognizing other people to jump in. If there's a line and the next person is recognized, then that's who gets recognized. So in my speech, I'm gonna make this much more clear than I normally have to, because it's a different venue and everything, but once you speak, and we'll have to see how it goes with how many people are in the line, you're not free to just stand there next to the microphone. You can take a seat in it. There's usually chairs way in the front. Nobody likes to sit in the front. It's like church. So there are usually a lot of chairs right by the microphone, so you can take a seat in one of those chairs, or you can go back to your seat. But you can't get back in line until the other people have had a chance to speak. We're not gonna have one of these back and forth between one person and everybody else in town. So I don't know how that's gonna go. I mean, that's my problem. But,
Could they just go to the end of the line instead of hovering?
well, theoretically, yes, Wendy. But what ends up happening is, as the discussion evolves, other people go, oh.
Right.
I didn't think about it that way. And now somebody who had no intention of speaking before, now all of a sudden wants to be recognized. Well, if our friend here is constantly going back to the back of the line, then even with no matter what I want to do about it, they're gonna get 3 times out of every one to speak, which is not what we're supposed to be doing. So I really want people to just sit down and not interfere with whoever's speaking now. And yeah, it might take a few more minutes for them to get back up, and well, that's the price we have to pay to make sure that everybody's comfortable. Because people aren't comfortable when they've got somebody standing right there waiting to, pounce.
Yeah.
Particularly if they're arguing different points of view.
Yeah,
Right.
Well, that's what it creates, is a debate rather than a conversation.
Yeah, we kind of had that a little bit at the, Whittier thing, so.
Okay.
So the other thing that came up, and for procedure is, if people are gonna make a motion, then they should then speak to an explanation briefly of what exactly is being asked or something, because you felt sometimes, you make a motion and people disappear and
right.
no one speaks to, clarifies it. Most everything needs some sort of clarification as to exactly what's being presented, because we're gonna have a lot of people in there that maybe have never attended before. Like certain FinCom members who, this whole town meeting thing is like bizarre to, so.
Yeah.
That's,
So is the expectation then that the person making the motion will just
Do you
continue?
know,
and-
this has never been an issue until recently.
Okay,
Previously, the people who were presenting things, that, other than the board, which obviously has gone into great length about this, but the people that are presenting as parts of a board or a committee or whatever, have been anxious to explain
Right.
why they brought this particular item. And it's only in recent meetings that everybody's just sort of,
I think that started with COVID, you know.
Yeah,
kind of
they
moved
have.
things.
and we had to have things go a different way.
Yeah.
So we sort of have to bring people back to the idea that, you know,
Yeah.
not everybody in this room knows exactly what you're,
right, they don't have the context.
yeah. So you need somebody to sort of lead you into the discussion so that you know, why are we discussing this?
Yeah.
Are there pros and cons? And so, and not everybody always wanted to speak at length, but it was my practice before, that was the one exception to you have to sit down. If someone stands up and makes a motion at the microphone, and then I'm assuming that if someone wants to start the discussion, it will be that person. Because usually they've prepared and they know what they want to say. And it may be 2 sentences, and sometimes I have to tell them the time's up and sit down. It just depends on the person and the whatever. But that sort of lubricates the discussion, so then people know, oh, okay, this is what we're talking about. So, but this is something that I can't really orchestrate ahead of time. I mean, it's like, well,
No, but it's a developmental thing. It was a good, I found it to be a good reminder that we all go in there totally versed in all of this. A lot of people are there for the first time, so.
So if other people are reading motions, perhaps we could prompt them that they're expected to.
yes, yes.
So they'll make the motion, they'll wait, because there needs to be a
Yeah,
second
right.
and a FinCom recommendation. And then they'll still be at the microphone, and then they give their little spiel.
So, yes, they make the motion after the FinCom recommendation.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, after the FinCom.
They make a motion after the FinCom recommendation.
well, that's the way it always was before. Now I have to think about that for a minute. Because, I used to read the articles. I'm not gonna read the articles. Are we gonna have them up on the screen?
So the issue with that is it's not a mounted projector, it's gonna have to sit on the floor, and so it'll take up a huge amount of floor space.
It's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work, okay. We were talking about, a lot of towns have a projection system and they project the articles right up on the screen, so everybody, you don't have to sit there and look through your FinCom booklet and all this kind of stuff, it's right there. That would be nice, but we can't do it. And we've never done it before, so nobody's gonna expect it.
Yeah.
But what I'm going to do is when I open an Article 4, I'm not gonna read the article, but I'm gonna say concerns, yada, 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 and it might be 3 words, or it might be, so it just sort of sets the stage for, this is what we're gonna be discussing. And then I also asked the finance committee not to just say, the finance committee is in favor of this, or the finance committee is against this, or what the vote is, but to do the same thing, give a pithy little explanation of why you are or are not, as a committee, in favor of this. Sometimes people ask for a minority report, and most moderators agree that's a really bad idea.
Oh,
It's a really bad idea. So if people on the finance committee want to speak from a minority position, of course they can, but then they become a member of the town.
right.
And they get up and use the microphones that the townspeople make. I mean, you're allowed to do it, but you're not doing it as a finance committee member, you're doing it as a voter who wants to.
But again,
It's not uncommon for somebody in the audience, a voter, to ask, why did other people vote?
Right, and
yeah.
what's always true when somebody, it's not the audience, it's the legislative branch of the town of West Newbury.
Sorry, you're right, sorry.
But when they ask questions of any sort like that sort of beg for a response, there's no law that says that the people that they're asking for a response from have to give it.
Yeah.
And it can become pretty awkward, everybody's standing there.
Well, sure, you got a 3-0 select board vote in favor, you got a 4-1 FinCom in favor. And to single out the one person out of 8 who said no isn't really informative, in my opinion. But that's why I'm disinclined to respond to that. But again, to Chris's thing, what's the order we're gonna do it in? We're going to,
I mean, the motion has to be read before
Yeah,
you make a recommendation.
that's what I would say. Motion gets read and then
Right.
we make a note of what we voted, and then as,
Yeah.
Casey's asking, we in some fashion, very briefly describe.
Well, I think part of what I took from what you were saying on Monday is, if there's gonna be a waiving of the reading of the articles, which, you know, would always, up until the last one would precede the making of the motion. If there is gonna be a waiving of the articles, I think you're calling for some kind of
Yeah.
like, why are we here?
Right.
More of like a conversational thing,
Right.
then the motion, then the FinCom recommendation, and then.
Well, the feeling that I came with was about not reading the articles, and I actually agree with, and I have agreed with it for years, is that it's very time consuming for me to read all the articles, and it's also redundant. Because then the person who makes the motion frequently just parallels exactly what was in the article.
Mhm.
Some towns have gotten around that by just saying, I move what it says in the article. But nobody really likes that either. That's just a really poor way to handle it.
Well, that also doesn't work if there's a slight change from
Yeah.
the
Right.
article to the vote.
Yeah, or the
Exactly.
other action. Open.
The problem becomes one of balance. You don't wanna drag things out unnecessarily by having the moderator read the whole article and then have the motion maker make a motion that's exactly the same as the article. And so now we've spent twice as much time as we need to getting this thing on the floor. But on the other hand, if the moderator doesn't say anything, and then somebody just gets up and makes a motion, it throws people. It's like, well, what's this? They're not making the connect between this is the article. And another important part of that is that I constantly have to say, even after all these years, we're not voting on the article. We're voting on the motion. And the motion doesn't necessarily look exactly like the article. And it doesn't have to look exactly like the article, it just has to be under the purview of what the article has to say. So you can have a motion that's not exactly like the article. And these are sort of parliamentary things that you wouldn't expect everybody to just know all that stuff. So it's my job to sort of make sure that people understand, well, what are we doing here?
So agreed.
By only reading a motion, are we only giving one possibility for the,
No, motions can be amended, and that does happen.
right, but
Not
if we read
infrequently.
the motion in lieu of reading the article, we're really only giving the townspeople one possibility. You know,
Well, the article only gives them even less possibility.
Yeah.
The article is, we can't change an article. When the articles are put out by the selectmen,
Yeah.
we cannot modify an article, the article's the article.
Right.
The motion can just reiterate the article, but it has to parallel it, it can't take on different things. And it can be amended,
As long as it stays within
as long as
Has
it
to
stays
stay
within
within, because if you haven't
what they call it, the
won the
four square or
town.
something.
of what might occur. You can't change it to be something above and beyond.
I understand, I'm just saying that people might not understand that the motion is deriving from the article, not vice versa. If you only
Okay,
read
so
the motion.
one of the things that I'm in the process of doing right now is making my remarks at the beginning of the meeting a little bit longer and a little bit more comprehensive.
Mhm.
So that those kind of things I will address when now that doesn't mean anybody's gonna listen to me. But I will encourage people to ask questions if they don't understand what's going on of the moderator. Don't sit there and say, gee, I wondered what, just ask me, I'll tell you what the problem is. And it is a little different than we've done in the past, so even people that are regular town meeting members may wonder, what are we doing here with this? So anytime something's new, it's always a problem.
But the motion thing is not that new. I mean, they're kind of used to that. And they should.
Yeah, they're kind of used to that, we're not voting on the motion, we're voting on the.
All right, so I think we have the sequence
Yep.
of all this stuff. What about the actual logistics? You said you're making changes and like where the select board is seated and.
I haven't been up to the Page School since that meeting that we had, initially to see if it was an appropriate spot,
Okay.
which it is.
Mhm.
I do know that the stage, one half of the stage is covered with a big black curtain, which is not movable. So, and it doesn't lend itself to putting any tables or chairs or anything over there. So the only part of the stage that's available, is the podium roughly in the middle, and then to the right of the podium. Now, if we put a lot of people on the stage, it's gonna be very crowded. And the other thing about that is that when we used to have the finance committee and the selectmen on either side of me, and there was no room for me, so I didn't like that at all. But, when we have the select board on the stage, people tend to think that the select board it's their meeting. And it's not, it's the voters' meeting. And this has been a problem since I became moderator. It's a hard thing to break, because people do, believe it or not, have a lot of respect for you and what you do. So, and I've actually told them before, when it was getting a little bit dicey, you should have respect for the finance committee and the board of selectmen, or the select board, because they spend an awful lot of time working on this and trying to get the best result for the town. So they do deserve a lot of respect and consideration, but that does not mean that you have to do what it says in this article. That's why we have the meeting,
Mhm.
so that you have your input and you can say that you don't want to do something. And that has been an issue more times than you might think over the years, of people not understanding that they're in charge of this meeting. They're the ones that are making the decisions, and they're the ones who are voting the way they feel, which is not to say they don't need to pay attention to what you say. It just means that they need to not be timid about disagreeing.
And you feel like having the select board on the stage.
I feel like having the select board on the stage gives the impression, to some people, not everybody,
Mhm.
that this is really a select board run organization, that, you know, this is something that the select board is doing. And that's not what I'm trying to
Okay.
break away from and say, no, this is your meeting. And a lot of people are not comfortable standing and speaking and stuff like that. They're very deferential. Even if they'll come to me later after the meeting and say, I wish I had spoken up. What kept you from speaking up, you know? So I'm trying to remove any things that make people feel like they can't really participate in their meeting. And the reason that this really bothered me was because, especially at the fall town meeting, there was no discussion of any motion, except for the one about the little houses in the backyards. That was the only article that got any discussion. And granted, it wasn't the most exciting meeting I had ever seen, but, you know, there should be some discussion.
This one will have.
Yeah, you'll should be great, I guarantee you.
I'm afraid you're right.
So then your idea is to have tables in the front with their own microphones for FinCom, et cetera. I'm just trying to get a sense of.
Now,
what-
this is also a hardship on me, and I'll tell you why. The select board does present a lot of the motions, most of them, I think. And that's logical. I mean, not everybody that brought something wants to make the motion. And a lot of them are just by the select board, so, you know, who else is gonna make the motion?
Mhm.
So I need to be able to sort of see you. So that I like to make it seamless that when I call on you, that's because you're being recognized just like anybody else. It's not that you're running the show, but I'm recognizing you to address the town, and that's the way it should be.
So, but you'll be behind us, right?
I'll be up. When we
All right.
do the check, near the sound check. We'll look at that, because that part of it does bother me. I also need to be able to see the finance committee, because I like to call on them as human beings. And not just the finance committee, you know, it's like, and I
Have you
don't,
met Dennis, by the way?
no,
Dennis,
I-
is he Tom Monterey?
So, you know, and I hope that you're all gonna take certain things and like you always did before COVID. COVID did a lot of damage to town meeting. Because that's what we had, you know, one finance committee member did all the recommendations and one select person did all of the motions and it really sort of ended up being, well, that's the way we've always done it. Well, no, that isn't the way we've always done it. That was a response to wanting to minimize contact between people. And to keep from having people have to walk through the LA and whatever and come up. And we need to kind of get away from that and get back to the idea that it's really fun to go to town meeting and that you get to debate things and, you know, as long as you're polite, you know, you're free to say whatever you want.
So we were trying, at this point, we were trying to figure out how things are gonna be laid out though, for this meeting, right?
I'm afraid I don't have a particularly robust memory of, but while we were standing there, while we were in the room, it appeared that they have a very nice lectern. And it would fit in the middle with this curtain on one side and some table or something on the other side. Now, it's important for me to have Tim and Jim at that table. Because those are the two people who I rely on to help me out if
There's a question.
I need advice or whatever. So I want them to be up there. I'm not sure that there's enough room for a big table with everybody there, but that's, I mean, I'm willing to be flexible about this because I really do want to have Tim and Jim up there on the stage so that if something comes up, I can just turn around and say, you know, what about this? On the other hand, I don't want it to be crowded. And it seemed to me while we were there that there was the potential for it being a little bit,
Well, when we had the screen down,
yeah,
yeah, but.
but now we're not gonna do the screen, so I haven't seen it since that.
But this is the stage they put plays on presumably there.
There's a part of the stage that they use as a classroom. That is blocked off by a black, it is movable, but the things behind the black screen are not really movable. So we can push it back a little bit. But it won't be as spacious in that area for like seating at a table and things like that. So it's really the middle of the stage and then to the right.
And it's not a huge stage. It's
It's big enough. I would say we could probably fit 2 tables up there. But it would not be the same setup as we had.
2 table, 1 lectern?
It could be like lectern, table.
Yeah, so that would be, and 3-person tables?
Potentially.
So that would cover the select board, town council, town clerk, town manager.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that's what people are used to seeing. I mean, I know you
People
said,
used to seeing the select board up there. The
Right.
town clerk and the town council, who used to be the same person for
Mhm.
many years, has always sat directly on my left. And I do really rely on those people. I don't want them someplace else. It's just.
Yeah.
So that moves the lectern. I mean, I could rely with them on my right, but you know, not knowing the exact dimensions of this thing. They have to be the people right next to me.
right,
Lecterns in the middle,
The lectern's in the
and 2
middle.
people go to the left and 3 to the right.
Well, actually, I think it's
3
3
and 3.
3 and 3. I think we can, I mean, it sounds to me like it'll work, and
Okay, the one thing that I really, really didn't like about the way it worked in the fall was there was a lot of conversation going on among the selectmen, the town council, and Jim at that table next to me. And it really,
we were separated, but we were on 2 different tables.
well, yeah, you were on the other side of me, that other, it really, it gave a bad flavor to the whole thing to me, that it was just, you know, who's doing what here?
No,
It's not
I'm
your
not gonna
meeting,
fight it.
it's the town's meeting, and that's the image I wanna present to the
I'm
town.
gonna take the time out on that, because I was on the select board table, we weren't gibbering, jabbering, or chatting at all. So I don't know if the other table was, but that's just not correct.
The other table, well, it wasn't, Chris, it wasn't horrendous, I would have stopped it,
Okay.
but it was,
I guess the thing that I want to say is it is the town meeting, but it's the select board's warrant, and I feel like we should have some accountability for what we have put in front of the voters to vote on. And so I think by being on the stage, it's making it clear that, this is what we think is important for the town. And I don't think the select board being up there is intimidating voters. I mean, if I'm wrong about that, then we shouldn't be there. But
I've always expected it that way. I mean, I'm only here 30 years, so I'm still new to town. But I can't recall it being any different, and to me, it's just the right impression. And I also find it very awkward being on this side of the table. I almost just as soon hide out on the floor, but I think the townspeople expect it. And then Casey made the comment earlier, and I've had the very same concern. The town meeting was way too quiet last year. Everybody just raised their hands and voted. And I've been trying to figure out what that was about. I don't think it's the select board there. I hope and I expect we'll have conversation on a few of the issues, but I'm not sure how we went through the whole budget, $18 million. There wasn't a hold on a single line item. That was, and certainly kind of frightening. So.
well, and you're right, Chris, and Wendy and I talked about this before too. That's my main concern, is that people aren't really actively participating the way they used to. And I don't have a magic eye on what's causing all of that. I mean, I think you're right, some of it's hangover from COVID and having a completely different format where people were really not encouraged to participate that much because we were trying to keep people apart. But that's done. And when in the way bad old days, we used to have everybody lined up on the stage, the select board, the FinCom, the moderator, the town council. I mean, you couldn't fit another person in there if you tried. I mean, it was just this really long line of people on the stage in the annex, which was hideous.
yeah. Well, I mean, it is your prerogative
Yeah.
as the moderator,
So
so you've heard our concerns. I would also just ask that the FinCom is visible instead of looking at the back of their heads. It's really, I would expect.
The way it works in the annex, and always did, I was still looking at the back of their heads, but they were sort of in a U or an L-shaped configuration. And I'm sorry, I haven't memorized everyone's names yet, and I don't know all your faces yet, but I'll get there. And,
You want quickly, Ross, Jim, Dan, Dennis, Rob.
A suggestion, I wonder if front like they were last year, you should have a name tag on the back so that Casey can see the name tag. If she can't see him on the front of the table.
right,
All right, should we,
We'll get your sports jacket.
I think we should
Yeah,
move on
exactly.
to the motions. So, I mean, anything else people want to ask about?
I got one other logistical question, like, do we have in our own minds collectively, like, what is our deadline to finish Monday night? Like, are we thinking, if we're
Oh, when
almost
are we gonna
finished, should we
call
just?
it? Yeah.
well, we can decide all we want. If somebody calls the quorum or makes a motion to adjourn, that's the motion on the floor.
I think we should try to do it. I mean, it's my opinion, to try to get it done in one night because I think attendance will fall off on the second night.
Yeah.
And that would be unfortunate.
Yeah, so are we thinking like 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock?
I don't
Like,
know.
what? 10?
We're there until we get finished, or somebody either calls the quorum if we've lost the quorum, or moves to adjourn.
Yeah.
Now, the motion to adjourn is actually out of order,
Mhm.
because it has to be adjourned to a time certain if we haven't finished. So that sometimes perks people up. But we've had some humdingers of attempts to close the meeting down at like 7:30. Been really interesting a couple of times. So, no, and I'm with you. I'd like to finish it all in one night,
Mhm.
but there's too much on the warrants.
So this being Thursday, as it relates to the physical setup,
Mhm.
is it okay if Jim and you work at making it be the way that we've discussed here.
Yeah,
So that-
yeah.
So
I'll go-
Jim physically has visited a few times, so I think we need like to allocate, you know, who's gonna end up doing this.
So
If
Brian,
there's a way to put a table for
yeah,
the,
Brian and I will be there at 2.
okay, so I'll come over and we'll look at what it looks like
We'll
Right,
test
so-
with the table up there. I'm not dead set on anything right now.
Why don't you guys work it out? The one thing I would say about the FinCom is, we've had FinComs along the wall facing in,
Mhm.
right, remember?
Right,
And
right.
and I used to think of it, well, you used to do that during COVID
Yeah.
outdoors, that's the way you guys were set up.
Mhm.
It seemed to me that worked fairly well,
Yeah,
because that was, you know, it was like, you know, you guys are all here, we're kind of the L.
Mhm.
And so,
yeah,
Jim, consider that as something, because I was uncomfortable not being able to see Casey. Because, you know, there are times when I'm really looking to get your
Yeah.
attention, and I know sometimes, like, just doing that isn't helpful, and.
It's a very wide room in comparison. We're used to.
Yeah, right,
all of
which is
that.
good, which is good.
This is a very, very,
Yeah, it's kind of like being in the outdoors, right? Yeah, okay, so that would be good. So if we go through the motions, the one thing I don't want to forget is, just remind me, we open the annual. Do we take up any articles, or do we
we
then?
take up, well, I announced that Article 1 is the election, so
Right.
that there's nothing to
Right.
do. And then Article 2 is not the reports this year, what is it?
No, it is.
Oh, it is, okay. So typically,
Yeah.
I don't know what you're doing this year, but typically there are some things like Citizen of the Year or something like that, that you wanna do right in the very beginning. And what I've always done is give people who wanna make a report, other than, well, the board of selectmen, it doesn't matter, I'm sorry, the select board. I give people the option of either giving the report at
Right.
that time.
Right.
Or if there's an article on the warrant that they would really like to give their report just before that article, because it's germane.
It makes more sense.
That's fine too. So, but I don't wait until, so those come up before the article, and I just have to make a notation that so-and-so wants to give a report right before Article 13 or whatever. Then I recess
Yeah, that's what it's
the
getting.
annual town meeting.
Right. Right, so before we go on to Article 3, which is the school stabilization,
Right.
we're gonna recess.
And then we
it.
take up the whole special. Now, my concern about this one is that the special is actually more articles than the annual. And there's a lot of money stuff in there. And I don't know how much people care about all the vehicles and stuff like that, but typically vehicles get discussion. I don't know. It's you never know. You know, I could try to predict what, and, you know, and then we're gonna have the stone wall on way to the river conversation. Nobody remembers that, but anyway.
So Jim, you're collecting,
yeah,
reports?
Yep.
So the select board or town manager will be making a report as well. So, and can we do the citizen of the year under that article as well at the beginning?
At the beginning, yeah. Anything that you really are very anxious to have done Monday night, it would be wise to do it under Article.
Yeah.
it also gives us a little,
Or
like,
two.
if we want to start the meeting and we didn't have a full, like, we could do that, kind of, if it wasn't a full forum, we could start the meeting with.
Reports.
As long as we're not gonna, we have to have the 90,000 before we get down to any kind of money articles, but.
The 90.
How many people?
90,000.
Wow, big crowd.
They should have beaten down in Foxborough.
So can I ask a question on logistics of starting the meeting, because in the fall, we had a full quorum already seated, but there was people lined out and waiting out the door, so you deferred and waited.
I usually do, because, people just don't show up real early, and then, but they're there. And I don't like to just ignore the fact that we've got, but then it gets to the point where the line's so long, it's ridiculous.
But we could start and do the
And that-
citizen of the year and the reports, we're not voting on articles.
If you recall, the one time we had the meeting over at Pentucket, it was because of the school, but, the school money. And we went to start the meeting, and there were people wrapped around the parking lot. I mean, it was just jammed outside. So what I did was I went out to where everybody was waiting, and I said, if there's anybody here who has an interest in one of the early articles, would everyone please let them come in first? We have plenty of seating, that's not a problem, but, we need to get the meeting started. We just can't wait here all night and till everybody comes in, we won't have any meeting at all. And people were good about it, they were, so, there are ways you can sort of handle it.
And when we send out the communication, you might stress that, it takes a while to check in, we wanna start at 7, it's gonna be a long meeting, so
Is it
bring your
worth
knitting,
having
sit
more
down.
people?
Yeah,
So I have 3 poll pads for check-in.
Okay. So
I've recruited 6 or 7 people for check-in to direct people in the building, so like it's the
Okay.
first time, so we don't want people just wandering
Right.
page. So we'll have arrows, we'll have signs, we'll have
Okay.
stuff prepped, so I don't anticipate a huge clog, only if everyone shows up at 7 o'clock, and then I can't do anything.
Okay.
No
The
matter-
one thing I wanted to say before we got off the subject of the end of the meeting. Since the special town meeting is going to take a while, it's a very long warrant, and I looked at it and I thought, well, there's nothing all that exciting on it, but on the other hand, you never know. And if we get to the end of the special town meeting, and let's say it's 9:30, which it could be, that almost is an entree to call to adjourn. Because people are tired of the meeting, we finished the special. Why don't we just, and we have to adjourn the special so that we can take up the annual. And that can get confusing that, well, didn't we just adjourn, everybody gets up and walks out? So, that part of it is concerning me. That,
We
to
do
make sure,
that all the time, don't we?
but we don't usually have this concern, and we haven't had a meeting go over,
You mean
What?
because there's a second night?
yeah.
So would you think it's provident to get to the end of the special, adjourn it, and then reconvene the next night for the annual?
I can't call that now, Rob.
No, I know, but I mean,
It-
it's a thing that
yeah.
we could be aware
If
of.
we could be,
I don't know
and it may
I
be
don't
out
know
of my
the special-
control, somebody may just stand up and
Right,
move to adjourn, and then that's a valid motion.
I don't know if the special is gonna take that long, I don't think so,
I'm
no.
looking at it, I don't see it.
Well, as usual, I will attempt to move it along
Yeah,
as
right.
fast as I
Yeah,
can, because I don't wanna be there any longer than.
I agree with Kate, if it's at 9:30 and you're not through the special, you go the second night, because it's a really good stopping point.
Yeah,
I'm not sure it will be.
But I'm not gonna make a motion to adjourn after. I'll stay there until 3 o'clock in the morning if I have to.
All right, so should we start with the special motion? Let's just go through if anybody has one they wanna ask questions.
so you're talking about the special?
Let's start with that, since,
Okay.
yeah. Anything on Article 1?
We know it's gonna be reading each one and making the presentation. I think you gotta make sure you have somebody assigned to them, so we don't have a big blank stare.
I have a running list of who is gonna be making the motions.
Are there any that don't have anyone? Can you just tell us as we go
Yeah.
through these? This is the opioid,
For my little document.
So I think most of the ones that the select board sponsored, a board member's gonna need to make that, or you don't need to, you can find someone else, but the presumption is the board member will.
yeah.
Whether, I think one question is, do you wanna have the same board member, or do you wanna, I think if you divvy it up,
Mhm.
it's just even for just more interest.
Yeah.
And to get Krista,
When you do that. Well, then
I second that firmly, because having the same board member make every motion really aggravates this problem I have with making it look like the selectmen are running this meeting and you're the ones who have already decided everything.
That was a code thing.
Yeah.
Straw.
And so.
Cursed straw,
we
which
need
I
to
always
get-
drew.
We need to get all of you involved.
We were the last meeting, the last 2 meetings, I think. So who's on Article 1?
The select board,
All
for
right,
the special.
okay, and then, so no questions on this Article 1? All right, Article 2, the well pump, I assume that's the water department? And is that the water department or the water commissioners?
One of the water commissioners, because it has to be a resident who makes
Oh,
a motion.
okay.
and Bob's gonna make those motions.
Okay, then Article 3, the water sites, that's the select board. If anybody has a question while I'm going through this, just Basil? Pickleball,
I have CPC,
okay,
so either a member or
it would probably be me, I'm assuming, as a CPC member, but I will see if anyone else wants to do it. Sawmill Brook,
CPC as well.
okay. Baker Cemetery,
Historic Commission,
the MBTA,
Select Board.
any questions on Article 7? There's, I think, some potential confusion that this is being
Oh, yeah.
conflated with the citizen petition
Yeah.
right now and social media, so it doesn't say Mullen anywhere in this article, so I just, we need to make that, and, you know, we will make that clear that
Right,
Wait, which is?
Article 7 is the.
Okay,
the
I'm sorry, I thought you. were
Yeah.
on a record.
No.
Sorry.
this is a perfect example where more than a motion, you then
Yeah.
have to make a statement of
Provide context.
Yeah.
why it exists,
Yeah.
et cetera. As does, I think, the next one.
Yep, and budget, so that's select board. What's that?
Who's doing Article 8?
The select board. The Article 9, the landfill, this is the Board of Health.
Yeah, and that number that's in there is incorrect. I must have pulled it.
Well, you know, it's actually, there's a couple of, so what happened, so that, I sent the motions to Tim late last week. There were a couple of changes that were made early this week, including the amount for the landfill, went down by a couple of thousand.
Mhm.
So if I corrected it before I sent out the packet Tuesday, but Tim hadn't gotten that, because he's, so when he sent his edits and me and hastiness trying to get them out, because as you know, I was in meetings all day yesterday, so I had like 5 minutes.
Mhm.
So I sent out Tim's comments last night. I hadn't, so there were two material changes. There's a couple of commas I'm finding as I'm, but in terms of material changes, there's two. One is the amount for Article 9 is 5,605 instead of the 8,265. That's correct.
What's that? What's the new number now?
5,605, and that's correct in your packet.
Yeah.
But in the handout that went around,
Okay.
which, and then the other material change is on the citizen petition, because on Tuesday at the information session, Rich Baker said he wanted to bring forward a motion that did not include the soldiers and sailors, because it became clear to him that the event that there were some, he would lose some number of votes for that. So the form of motion in your packet does not have the soldiers sailors, because I made that change Tuesday before sending out the packet.
Okay, but this does.
But in the hand, right, so there's some reconciliation. Those are the only two, you know, there's some others where the version that went into the packet had reference to the, you know, the article in the warrant in the booklet. Tim had a universal change that if it's in the warrant, you don't need to reference the booklet, so we reduced it. So those are, I don't consider those material changes.
Sure,
So,
okay.
Yeah, so the change that Rich wanted made is to his motion.
correct.
The article, I'm not looking at it, but it still says soldiers and
Make sure
sailors.
that's-
It has
So
a
that's
lot
the
of
kind of
other-
thing that confuses people a lot.
It also has a lot of other content that he's not gonna move,
Okay,
so just.
so that's what
But
people are
he's
gonna
pulling
say,
that
well,
stuff
wait a minute, it says here,
Right.
soldiers and sailors and yada, yada, yada.
Hmm.
And which the answer to that from me is that the motion does not have to be exactly like the,
Right.
This is why you have to.
The motion is contained within the article, so it's okay.
and it's within the four square, we didn't change anything that changes in substance.
But it's not exactly like.
Right, but the content, everything in the motion is within the article.
Yeah.
So you always do a good job of explaining that, Casey.
All right, Article 10, the high hazard trees, is that,
I have, so Fred wants to make his report before that article. But he also, I assume that would be a good just transition for him. to make.
I think it'd be great if Butch would make
I think
the
Butch should.
motion.
Yeah, that's fine.
but Fred wants to make his report,
He does want me to
Okay.
report before the
okay? Page School crosswalk,
select board.
Open Street culverts,
I have that in Butch.
okay?
What's Butch's last name?
Hills.
Page School elevators, Article 13, is that right?
So that, if that was Brian, Brian would be making the next 4, possibly 5 motions.
That's fine.
So I was thinking maybe because of page school, maybe I'd select what do the page school one, so it switches between you and Brian, that's just my thought, but we can make it all Brian.
Who's
He's not here to defend himself.
I mentioned, I just mentioned that you're gonna make motion, you was, no.
Well, I
You know,
think
it might-
it's visibility.
It's good visibility, but as it relates to page school, there's some benefit in having the select board do it because of the page school study, because some questions might come up that, you know, it may be easier for you to explain what's going on, and their next obvious question for someone might be, and is there gonna be more of this stuff coming, so it's, you know, so I kind of like your suggestion. That's why.
All right, Article 13, select board, 14 is Brian.
Brian, yeah.
Was 14 the select board?
No, Brian.
They're the board's the sponsor, but Brian as a resident.
Yeah, and if Brian makes the motion and somebody has a question that you would be better equipped to answer, you'll get recognized.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, it's not a problem.
All right, so page school flooring, Article 15, that's the
select board.
same, okay.
Yeah.
That would be Brian again.
No.
Well, I just gotta.
All right, Article 16, public safety complex repairs,
I had that as Brian.
telecommunication system,
I have select board, but that could be Brian.
I think it'd be better to have the board,
okay,
a board member.
Yeah,
all right. 18, keyless entry system,
Same thing, I had Brian, but it could be the select board.
Angus, any,
I think it'd be better for the board to
okay.
propose that one.
All right, Article 19, the fire comfort truck,
I had, board of fire engineers. Obviously not the chief,
mhm,
but maybe, Cooper or Dave or any other resident. Then,
Are they both residents?
think
Dave
Dave
and
lives in-
Cooper
isn't
are.
Dave-
lives in
Groveland.
Groveland, doesn't he? No.
No.
He lives in Groveland, okay. He worked in Groveland.
Okay.
He was him.
All right. Plow truck, I assume that's Bush.
Yep.
Zero turn north,
Butch.
and Article 22, there's no title for this,
Oh, sorry.
so that
I had,
would
I
be
had opioid.
transfer opioid,
Yeah.
right?
It actually, again, there's a title in the packet, not that there's some
Yeah.
merging that has to happen between
Sure.
the two
Yeah,
documents, so.
but, yeah, the opioid transfer.
you finish this up and redistribute it anyway.
Yeah.
Right,
So
this
this
is
is the
draft.
select board, okay?
Yes. That's Jenny wants to make the motion.
Jenny's a resident, she could make the motion. Would you like to, Jenny?
I will, if you need me to. You know how much I love
This opioid, if there's explanation needed, there's probably nobody more capable of giving the most accurate explanation.
I'll do it.
All right, Article 23, unpaid bills,
That's like,
So that's finance then, this 22.
on the
No.
opioid.
Yeah.
no, I think she was saying she would answer
Yeah.
questions.
answer.
Okay, I thought you were agreeing to, oh.
No, she said if,
She,
let's save her.
Rick, she was kind of, it was a little bit of equivocation.
Yeah. All right, Article 24, snow and ice, that's.
No action.
Or-
It's coming up.
I had no action on that.
Oh, all right,
We
so
could-
somebody's gonna move no.
Somebody's gonna move no action, but, anyone in particular? we
So
wanna
we'll
watch?
just have the select board since there's no
Yeah.
actions on
Yeah.
that. And then,
Yeah, I'm sorry, unpaid bills was the select board.
Yes.
yeah,
I was writing Johnny's name down, I got it.
Article 25, extend the sunset clauses, that's.
select.
Piece of cake, 30 minutes tops.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
On the unpaid bills, has anyone ascertained whether that money was previously allocated and not used, or
We're
whether,
just gonna go for the 9/10, so,
we're just gonna go for 9/10
Yeah.
regardless?
yeah.
All right, anything else on the special town meeting? Hearing nothing.
No, I like your idea, not following, that's great.
Good luck with that.
Before 8, move on to that.
Right. All right, so Article 1 is the election, and Article 2 is the reports, is that correct?
Correct.
Article 2, we take up the reports again, but I would expect if people know that they want to make their report under Article 2, they should make it
Before the
before we
discussion.
recess,
Okay.
so that we don't have to go back to Article 2.
Yeah, so I specifically asked that of anyone who's told me, that they want to make a report. And as of right now, planning board,
Yeah, wait a second, no, we only put it on the warrant for the annual.
Yeah.
The reports is only on the annual warrant.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we were gonna go
Right.
through.
We've done
So
the
it's not, right, oh, okay, but it's not on the special warrant.
No,
No.
Oh, right, yeah, yeah.
we're
Yeah.
back in.
Yeah,
No,
we're
I
back
know,
here.
I know, but, so wasn't it won't we already have dispensed with Article 2
Yeah.
before we
Yeah.
open the special? Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, no, but.
Yeah.
Because there was a time that it was on both,
It was just.
and I
Yeah.
stopped putting it up, because that was just silly, so
Yeah.
we have now only.
Although I always say under Article 2, when I open it the first time,
Yeah,
that we leave that article open.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So somebody could stand up and say, oh, wait, I forgot.
yeah.
But Jim, how many people are
Yeah,
doing it?
so, as of right now, Article 2, they said they wanted to speak under Article 2, planning board, select board, town manager, and, that's it. Everyone else
And-
wants
and we'll,
oh, sorry, and energy and sustainability.
Well, and others before certain articles.
Sure, that's right, so
Yeah.
Jim, what you just read is for.
Yeah,
people right then.
so everything.
Yeah, so
Okay.
planning board, Article 2, tree committee wants to make, their report before a special town meeting, Article 10. Climate change and resiliency before Article 18 in the annual. Energy and sustainability beginning of the meeting, select board beginning of the meeting, town manager beginning of the meeting about page school. And conservation, obviously, before Article 21.
So that just made me think of something, it's an awkwardness, and I think I'm gonna ignore it. But if the tree
Right.
committee wants to give their
In this
report
session.
in the special, and there's no article for giving reports in the special, I'm going to ignore it, but that is,
Thank you.
that is awkward.
Yes,
Okay.
that's a nice way
I
to
don't
say
think,
it.
I don't think.
Actually, that is kind of legit, I mean.
It's a non-binding report, she's.
That's, yeah.
This is no.
Yes, you did, you were thinking.
Okay,
As long as town council isn't
I mean,
disappearing
you
on
know,
us.
if it's important to start putting that back on both, I'll start putting it back
Yeah.
on both, it just seemed.
No, let's
it just
go with
seemed-
Casey's plan.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless
It seemed
town
to me
council
to be
says
kind of
no.
Silly having it.
No, I think it's
Yeah.
fine. I think it's fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
okay, so is there a time limit on the reports? Is it 2 minutes or is it?
It's 10 minutes, there's not, it's not written down anywhere.
Okay, just one.
And we've had situations before where it was sort of a takeover of the meeting by a specific group,
Mhm.
and they wrote, papers and insisted that they read the whole paper as their report, and they were going on for half an hour at a time.
Okay,
So I'm a little bit more firm about making sure people understand the normal time limit is 3 minutes. And I don't even keep time anymore on those because people are really good about that.
Mhm.
But the reports, it's 10 minutes, unless there have been occasions, and this is another case where I just ignored it, where the people really wanted to hear this report. It was a very important decision, and to make the report in 10 minutes was not gonna be feasible, and so I never said anything about it was going over because I looked out and everybody was really interested in what was being said, and it needed to be
okay,
ignored.
all right. So Article 3, the school stabilization fund,
I have select,
and then the town budget, Article 4.
select.
Okay, so
Okay,
can I
so-
just ask a question
Right.
here? I got a message from someone today, I think it was from Angus, or yesterday, about Tim's reading on the quantity of vote for money in and out of stabilization. It's changed over the years a number of times, and I was confused. And the message I got, Angus, was that Stabilization is always just simple majority,
No, to
Going
put
in.
money in
to put money in.
is a simple majority. To
Now,
expend out of is still 2/3 for the stabilization, it's a simple majority for special purpose.
okay, so for school stabilization, then
Is a
it's
simple-
still, it's a simple majority.
Yeah.
So just the town stabilization fund is the 2/3
Correct.
to get it out. And
Correct.
every other stabilization fund is simple majority to get it out, and putting it in is simple majority.
Yes,
Okay.
So even the new capital stabilization fund will be.
to put it into and out of is gonna be a simple majority.
Simple majority,
Okay.
special, yeah. Okay, so, but what does this note and how does how does this work?
Oh, okay,
So
so
in the
they,
past, we've put a hold on the final line. And then you make the motion to add in the school stabilization to the budget, just like we've done in the past.
Okay, I just hadn't recalled that.
Yep.
So this is kind of boilerplate.
It's been the same way I've done it.
it's actually been different, it's been a little different every year, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
But
so the negative 200,000 that you see in the budget, at the very bottom line in section, line 40 of the budget, presumes approval of the $200,000 transfer.
right,
So if that passes, we do not need to amend the budget.
exactly,
Oh,
If
That-
that
that's
didn't
great.
pass,
right.
we would need to amend the budget. So that, it's a little different because what we've done in the past, I haven't, we've actually done,
This, I think we've done it 3 different times.
we've done it 3 different ways.
So
Actually.
my question is, you just explained it beautifully. My question is, if we have to explain it on town meeting floor, who's gonna do the
I'm
explanation?
happy to.
Yeah, that's what I would do it that way, because you did, these aren't easy to explain.
Yeah.
This is what I refer to as your arcane accounting system. But anyways, good, thank you.
And by yours, you mean the Commonwealth.
Yeah, when she has to labor
Yeah.
under all these, I mean, you have my sympathy, you know that.
all right, any questions on the budget article? Okay, Article 5, water, we are expecting a motion on this.
I'm sorry,
What?
you just made me think. The question came up Monday, when we do the budget article, the motion on the floor is the finance committee recommendation. Apparently, somebody got confused with whether the motion on the floor was the finance committee recommendation or the selectmen's recommendation.
So we did, with the form of motion, we made this change coming out of the meeting Monday. So it says, I move the town raise appropriate amounts of money set forth in the finance committee booklet dated such and such, under the column heading FinCom proposed for the FY 25 authorized budget as, so that language hasn't been there in the past, and there hasn't been a problem, but this makes it explicitly clear that it's that column. This is all just information.
Which is a great clarification.
Yeah,
Quite
I think it's a
honestly,
better motion.
I had
Yeah.
trouble remembering which budget you were in.
So, can I ask the question, why doesn't the FinCom present Article 4 or make a motion on Article 4? I mean, it is the FinCom's proposed budget. Is there any reason not to do that? I know it's not typically done, but
Why don't we want to put the finance, with the select boards?
because it's the finance committee's budget, the select board doesn't really have a role in it. I mean,
No, it's the finance committee's recommendation that is the motion.
I recommend.
well, isn't it the town manager's budget that the finance committee?
Yeah, the form of motion, the form of budget that goes to the voters is the one that comes out of finance committee. By the time we're at town meeting, it is the finance committee's
Yeah.
budget, yeah.
So I think it's a great idea.
I think it's a great
I
idea.
don't see any reason not to.
Yeah.
That's the way I've always done it. I've never varied from that in all these
We've
years.
always done like.
The finance committee recommendation is the motion on the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about
That's
making
exactly-
the
yeah.
actual motion, and we're saying this year, the finance committee will actually make the motion.
Oh, just the one motion that,
Yeah,
to
right,
adopt.
yeah, on, right, on Article 4.
I'm sorry, I missed
right,
that.
Right, so, but I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Great, thank you.
All right, so Article 5, we will have, this is the instructions to the water commissioners.
And for what?
This is the instructions.
Right,
Yeah.
and we are on,
We are,
there will be,
there will be,
okay.
yeah. Article 6, the FY 25 water budget.
So,
Five is the question.
I will.
so as it relates to Article 5, does it have any impact on Article 6?
Potentially.
So what we've discussed, Angus, and I mentioned it to Jen the other day, is, we should be prepared for perhaps having different numbers under Article 6, based upon what might come out of Article 5. And so, you know, I mean, Angus and Jen can put that into shape based upon that. So we would then, because like Angus says, and he's correct, we really wouldn't need to adjust 6 at all. But people are gonna sit there thinking you must adjust it, so
Yeah.
we should be prepared to adjust it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so I was planning on following up with the water commissioners anyway on this, so I can propose that.
Yeah, and really what Rob's saying is if, you know, if, the amount changed, you need to change both the total amount, the 1.27, but also the salary wage.
The
So we just wanna have those numbers
Right.
right. at
There's
hand,
actually a
rather
third.
than Calculating on the. fly.
Angus, there's actually a third. The surplus changes. Of course, if the expenses go down, the surplus goes up.
Oh,
Yeah, no, yeah, but general confirm it. If I say
Okay.
something about
Yeah.
accounting, you always gotta go to Jen.
Yeah,
That
good.
might be
All right,
fine, But I think I'm right on this. one.
yeah, it makes perfect
See
sense.
why the numbers have to change at all, I'm missing something.
Just secret.
No, my understanding is that you wanna get rid of the stipend,
Yeah,
but why does any other number have to change?
Because it will change their budget, which has the stipend in it.
Well, we don't have to,
We checked with town council and that was his recommendation.
Yeah.
well, that's fine,
Yeah,
but I don't understand why, I mean, on any other motion. If whoever is bringing it decides that they want less money, as long as it's less money. They simply move the lesser amount.
that's all
Yeah,
we're
that's
saying.
what we're
because
saying,
we
we're
have to
saying,
count
we're
that.
all in agreement here, we're all. in
yeah,
agreement.
and but because their motion breaks out the different sub amounts.
Yeah,
So it says of which 327,672 is for salaries and wages, of which 1,700 for stipends. You need to have a modified motion netting out that
The
1,700.
motion will be
and put it-
modified to reflect what might happen on Article 5.
okay, I'm sorry for being obtuse about this, but I am being obtuse about this. I realize that. But if under Article 6, you simply want to get rid of the $1,700 for stipends, why do you have to change any other number?
Because that changes the other numbers.
You have to
It's included in, it's included.
Part of the calculation for the other numbers.
You don't have to reapportion the money so it exactly fits what they,
Yeah,
no other motion do you ever have to do that.
we're anticipating that people are gonna expect it to change. It's gonna be easier for the general audience to understand if we do it that way.
Well, and I also think if it was the, you know, the will of the voters to exclude the stipend as a matter of policy, it would be a little discordant to, on the very next article,
vote
have
in
an approved
favor.
budget that has an explicit amount for stipends. It would be a lot cleaner
Yeah.
to, you know, if that is the will of the voters to get rid of that, than to take it actually out of. So it's no longer-
They're gonna expect those numbers to change. They just start.
I'm gonna make an analogy here. I'm sorry, but I am being difficult, but I really don't understand the rest. Under Rich Baker's article, he's got stuff in there that he no longer wants to put in. And my understanding was he's simply gonna make a motion that doesn't include the stuff he doesn't want in there.
Exactly.
So the town's gonna have in front of them all this junk. And he's not gonna move that. He's gonna move only what he wants.
Great.
To me, this is the same thing.
But the water commission's gonna move what they proposed.
Well, yeah,
So it would need to be an amendment to their motion, because they're not choosing to reduce that amount.
So if a number in here is a calculation dependent upon other numbers in here, and you change one of those other numbers, then you have to change the result of the calculation.
Are you just saying that you could say I move to approve, or make a motion to approve it less the 1,700? And you do the math after that?
This particular motion is really a difficult one, because the question comes up all the time on the line item budget, maybe not to you, but to me. Why can't we tell so-and-so that they have to do this and this and this and this, and they wanna micromanage the department? They wanna tell the board of, fire engineers or something that this is how they're gonna spend their money. And that's not what town meeting does. Town meeting does not micromanage the budgets of the various boards and whatever, you know.
Departments,
We give them money. They can spend that money, but no more. And if we don't like the way they spend the money, we can get new people, but we don't tell them, can you imagine how awful it would be if town meeting had to sit there and do a line item budget for every single?
Is this a requirement for the enterprise fund to break these amounts out? I mean, is it something about?
Well, so we talked about this at the meeting on Monday. We administer this as line items. It's a different form of presentation, but it's a line item budget. So after the budget is approved, you know, when Jenny's keying in the next year's approved budget in the accounting software, you know, she's putting in 54,200 for insurances. And if they're put through an invoice of insurance, it's gonna hit that budget. So it's not, so it's treated, these
like
are
a
all
line item
treated
budget
as
in a
separate.
paragraph.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, in a paragraph,
So-
and you're making this go away, and all you're doing, like Rick has been saying, is
Yeah.
recalculating, and I'm presuming that we would hopefully work out with the water board, that they would present the numbers that fit within the warrant article that are lower based upon Article 5 if it were to pass.
Right.
So my
So
understanding
the motion actually would just be the most accurate presentation of what's actually being voted.
Right.
That's all we're trying to accomplish here.
is it my understanding that Tim believes that we have to recalculate so that the complete budget number up here actually matches, is the same regardless of the fact that we took one item out? That we have to adjust all the other items so that we come up with that exact number?
Not all
Well,
of
if you
it.
change one line, then all the other ones are
No,
gonna.
I understand.
And not all the others, it's really the budget is surplus, because a certain amount is gonna be,
This is the only. So perhaps you don't know this, but people are constantly asking, why don't we tell this board, that committee, this whatever, how to spend their money? You know, where do we get to say, you're supposed to do this and you're supposed to do that? And that, the fact is, that that's not the job of town meeting. And if we had to do that, it would be, town meeting would take all year.
But on the line item budget that the FinCom is presenting, it is broken out. There's a line item for each department, right?
That you can, yeah.
So it's the same thing, it's just in a paragraph and it's
It's
small.
just the way it's always been phrased. We added one line to it, which is the
surplus.
budgeted surplus.
Yeah.
If the 1,700 goes away, then it does affect two other numbers. And it is, if we, this is 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Yes, you're right, except we gotta have the numbers ready, because someone on the floor is gonna say, well, why aren't you adjusting their budget, less than 1,700? We expect that. Maybe we don't need it. We'll see, but we gotta have it available, because you don't wanna be doing the math on the floor.
Okay.
Did you want to hear?
I understand what you're saying, Bob, but I do think that the potential is there because of this one article that's been there forever to open a big can of worms. Because even though you do have broken down items in the line item budget, it doesn't break out everything entirely like this. It has some direction in terms of where this money is gonna be spent, but it doesn't go into this much detail on everything that every recipient of money gets to spend their money on. This is the only one that's this.
well, the DPW budget has many more line items than this.
Let's see what Tim's got to say. on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Casey, I completely understand what you're saying, but if you look at the article, which provides us with the scope of what we can consider, it does list not only the entire appropriation, but the salaries and wages line item, stipends, insurances, all the things that are in the motion. So I think that if the town meeting chooses to reduce the total appropriation by 1,700 because they don't want to pay these guys a stipend, it's not going to make any sense if you just reduce the top line, the 1.27, because then all the other numbers are not going to make any sense. I do see what you're saying, but given the presentation of the article, the only way to fix it is to adjust the numbers by 1,700.
Please, like, can we just move on from this one, really? It's been a long time on this $1,700. There's a draft going on tonight.
Right, Casey, are you okay to move on with this?
Casey, on this one, just trust me.
We're not sending soldiers
I do trust you, and I,
Your discontent with this article is.
No, duly noted.
yeah.
It's on me if it goes south, okay? You can hit me, club me above the head and shoulder.
Wow, this is gonna go south. I'll bring my own club.
I who has any interest in this whatsoever.
I actually think the opposite. I think it's inevitable that someone unnamed will stand up and say, well, you gotta adjust those numbers. I think it's inevitable. It will happen. You and I are having a bet.
Okay.
All right.
$17,000.
No. At dinner somewhere. We'll do it.
All right, Article 7, septic loan revolving account, Board of Health. Transfer to the pension liability stabilization fund.
I had Rob Phil. No, I'm fine. So I-
But I-
It's a joke.
No, what? Huh?
Select board, unless you feel like you want to do it.
In honor of Archie. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Article
I
9.
mean, yeah, no, I leave it to you guys. You guys.
Well, the Casey's, let the FinCom present some, it diminishes the authority of the select board, so it doesn't look like a control meeting.
I don't mind presenting.
Not a bad thing.
Again, I think we have to re-explain this because it is complicated, and so I don't mind doing it.
All right,
Sure.
Is that okay? Okay,
I
great.
think it's great.
all right, the OPEB, do you want to do that one as well?
Sure, yes.
Anything with dollars, you're gonna do now. Can you do PEG as well?
No, but again, yeah, so sure, why not, yeah.
All right.
That
Peg
one's
access.
easier to explain. We're still in the top five.
Peg, I think. Would Kel want to do that?
Yeah. Cable advisory
Yeah,
committee.
yeah.
Revolving funds,
I just like words.
Who was doing tech?
Kelly Scott,
Cable.
this is the cable advisory committee chair.
Oh, yeah.
all right.
Oh, Karen suggested that.
Article 12 is the CPA fund revenues.
So I see. There's that.
All right, and then Article 13 is CPC.
Yes.
Article 14.
Select board.
Select board. Article 15, police cruiser. Is that select board because the chief is.
Yeah, she's not a resident.
Wait a minute,
Oh,
did we already do stabilization fund?
We glazed over it, select board.
Which,
Transfer free cash to stabilization, Article 14 is select board. And then police cruiser, because the chief is not a resident, I had select board.
Is there somebody on the CIC perhaps that would want to make that motion?
I don't think CIC likes the motion. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
that's right.
Never mind. All right, select board.
Rated that well.
No, they just didn't want it to be a capital.
They wanted. Right, yeah.
Oh, that.
You do have a CIC member.
They preferred that the cruiser be in the operating budget as opposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't all agree, Ron.
Huh?
It's so hard to know what Rob thinks.
Get an accountant
So
on
the
that.
police cruiser is not in the omnibus budget, it's a.
It was.
It's back, it was in the past.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so who's making this motion?
Select board.
Okay.
All right, Article 16, is that Ryan?
Right.
And 17 is Butch?
Yes.
This is the most public speaking Butch has ever done.
I know.
He's already loving
Isn't he? Okay, good.
it. Hey,
You could have Caitlin do it.
no, I sent him on the way, he goes, whatever they want me to do, he said, that was.
I
his
think it'd be
thing.
good for him.
I agree.
Article 18, River Road Study, is that the?
So,
So, yeah, we didn't know, Rick, do you wanna do that? We thought it would be great if someone from PCRC, either Elisa or Rick, but I
sure.
don't wanna presume that
Or-
Elisa would.
When did-
Elisa did say she wanted to give,
Speak prior to the
speak
article.
on the committee prior to the article.
Yeah, okay.
But I didn't wanna presume that meant she wanted to make the motion, but I think
think
whether
she'd
she
be
does
fine.
or Rick does,
Yeah, either.
it would be great to.
So, yeah, what
You wanna have her do it?
she'll, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I can reach out to her and make sure she's comfortable with it.
If not, I'll be happy to do it.
Great.
All right. Article 19,
I, select board, but that could be a FinCom article.
FinCom.
I think it's a good idea to spread them out a little more.
So does that run into any issues if the FinCom is making a motion and offering a recommendation?
We've already
Yeah.
made the recommendation
All
there.
right, I'm just trying to think it through. Okay,
So this is which one?
Article 19.
To establish the capitals.
Boy, I'd love to do that.
You're on. Water pension liability stabilization fund.
I have select board, but it could be water.
Oh, I.
No, it wouldn't be water.
No,
Okay.
no, no,
That wasn't their initiative, it's,
No.
it ought to be selected.
yeah.
If I was a resident, I would offer to do it.
Well, you can still- you can still-
notice?
Yeah.
You can't make a
I
motion.
can't
see,
make a motion.
yeah.
Can't make a motion?
No, no.
All right, Article 21, wetlands bylaw.
Conservation.
Who's doing what was that?
Conservation.
We think it'd be
Okay.
Molly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Molly Hopkins, the chair.
And she was concerned about only having 2 minutes, so I'm glad to know that if she's making a report before this.
Right, she has 10 minutes, and she wants to make a report.
Okay. Great.
So, and she is making reports, so she will do it before the, that's already established.
Right.
It raises a question, not on this one specifically, but it may come up here. It will definitely come up with a citizen petition with Rich Baker. So we had a question of, materials that people make of, and this really may be a question for Tim. Materials or handouts that people would like to make available. It's our feeling that people can't be handing out pamphlets. But can people just, let's say someone comes in with 300 copies of a flyer, whether it's related to this bylaw or, you know, like so what is the rule on that?
Rich brought a whole pack.
In the
Yeah,
past, what
so-
they've done is
so-
have a table in the entry and they have a place you could take what you want and what not.
And anybody can leave materials there, is that correct?
I
They
thought
have
it's
to
just the
be, they
town.
have to be a voter.
Mhm.
It can't just be some
Random.
random person coming in and leaving pamphlets there.
Yeah,
And they have asked in the past, could they do a PowerPoint presentation and
we know
And I-
about
And I
that.
always say no to that because it really just, because we don't have the means to do it easily. It causes a huge time sink.
So the question is, does it have to be a town appointed board or can like a citizens group that opposes an initiative put a flyer in there?
You can put the flyers in, but you can't make a, if you're not a board or, what is it? Officer or board,
Yeah.
that's Article 2,
Mhm.
to hear the reports from town officers and boards. And those are the only people who can make reports, so,
Okay.
like, Rich can't make a report. Because he's not a town officer or, well, I guess, is he, he's,
He's an assessor.
But not at a capacity, which is
Yeah.
So part of, the info session we got on Tuesday, there were a bunch of the handouts, you've probably seen them posted around town, I know you have. They didn't attribute authorship. And a regular person would see that and assume it was a town publication.
Mhm.
And so, we talked that if there's gonna be anything available on Monday night, it needs to say on there, and really, I shouldn't, Tim, it would seem it ought to need to say on there, what's the source of that document? Because you can see that could contribute to a lot, and, that's one example, wetlands another, there might be others that,
Yeah.
So I don't want, you know, in the moment on Monday night, like if we haven't thought it through and you're seeing people leaving flyers, and so we really need to understand what's the rule on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, Casey, I agree with the position you stated earlier. You know, it's difficult to control these things, whether it's put on the table when they enter or whether somebody passes it out in the parking lot. I think the most important thing, to Casey's point, is that this is, you know, sort of accurate information, and sort of the campaigning or things like that, I think are not appropriate to be handed out on the table, because they give the impression that the town is or the board or somebody, some town official is endorsing it. So the table is sort of town property. I don't think you have to give them space on that table to provide information, unless, you know, this is informative, it's presented by a town official or a board or a department that provides voters with useful and accurate information. But if somebody says, vote no on the bylaw change because it's going to, you know, reduce the value of my property or something like that, yeah, it's a piece of paper that was printed, but it doesn't, I don't think it's appropriately placed on the table for people to pick up, because I think it gives the impression that somebody's in town is endorsing it. And like you said, Angus, there's no way to vet this sort of stuff. I mean, people are going to show up with 200 pages of something, and who's going to review this at 6 o'clock the night of the meeting and make sure it's accurate and, you know, sign it. I mean, that's just not practical.
Do we have any plans from our end, the town end, of putting out any materials other than the FinCom booklet?
I do know that the Concom is working on a one pager, 2 sides, that they intend to leave out as informational. I'm sure that Rich is expecting that his is gonna be available, but this is part of why I wanted to raise the question
Exactly,
tonight.
so the town will be putting out something, but
The
you guys,
Concom will be.
right, but you guys have always gone to great pains to be informative.
Well, we've never put something out because we want to keep the focus on the FinCom booklet.
No, what I mean
Yeah.
is, by we,
Yeah.
are using the, so the Concom must have some constraints as to what they can put out as well. As long as, well, or maybe they don't, I would presume that you've always said that we have to be factual and informative, you can't, you know, so.
Well, I've certainly emphasized that very strongly on mailings,
Okay.
because that gets.
Right, that's what I'm
the
thinking.
Postal service, I mean, there's different things for different things, so a handout placed at town, you know, I know the Concom has been working on that. I don't know if they formally approved it last night or whatever, but I know they've been working on it. And whatever is put out is gonna be the Concom's
Right.
document. You know,
Right.
haven't been intending to like.
No, but that's not where I was going with that. Where I was going with that is, then the question is, what would be fair if, to someone like Richard Baker, who's got a citizen's petition, he should be operating under whatever constraints, for want of a better word. So he has to be constrained similarly to how we expect the Concom. That's all I'm getting at is.
Well, but I don't think that's correct. That's not what I heard him say.
No, that's what
Yeah.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
This is what I'm asking.
Yeah, so somebody has to man a patrol, make sure.
Who's gonna police it?
So essentially,
So if you can't police it, then it shouldn't exist. That's the problem.
Well, I think it can be.
so the issue would become, it would be treated like a polling location. You
Yeah.
can't come in with
Exactly,
a hat advertising
Right.
your
Yeah.
candidacy. But, I can have town information on a desk at the end of the
Right.
checkout.
Right. So that's what I was searching for, is the
Yeah.
analogy you can apply here. That's what I was getting at, Angus.
Yeah.
You know, a roundabout way,
Yeah.
you know, and so, Tim, does that strike you as?
Well, so with Mr. Baker and the citizens petition, article number 27, I don't think it would be inappropriate for him to work with Angus or whoever else to come up with if whether it's a map or some informative flyer to explain what this is. But again, it's a slippery slope because you want it to just accurately convey what is being requested and what voters are being asked to vote on without campaigning or promoting a certain position. And I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if he is, he may be, his motivations may be valid, but it's getting the point across and working with somebody so we make sure that it's accurate information that's presented to the voters. That's all I'm concerned about.
Yeah, I don't think we don't have the time to work.
Right.
Yeah.
No, nor do we put, if we have, there's resources we could generate for our articles we
Yeah.
sponsor. We don't, so that's a very slippery slope. Again, it's not about it's not about this specific article.
No,
but
it's just-
Right,
as a
right,
general
right. And
premise.
right.
That's a,
So I like Jim's attitude towards this, which is it's like a polling place.
yeah, I
You can
think,
enter and there's a FinCom booklet and then we're gonna have our meeting. You can't presume to be able to politic there however nicely you might do it.
right,
That's all I would-
I think, Casey's referenced the town officers or whatever the language is, if there was a little sign on the table that said informational materials from town, town officers and committees. And that way, if someone were to place something that's not from, so if, Christine Marshall wants to put the latest Sage Center newsletter, great,
Right.
But if it's town officer committee, that's what that table's for. And if you see something appear that's not that, you can respectfully
Right.
explain it.
Who's gonna police that is the
Yeah.
question.
Jim.
Jim and
I
his-
volunteer.
Big bad Jim.
Yeah.
So in the past, when Greenbelt has put out materials, has that been under the open space?
They have asked us,
Yeah,
they have always asked, is it okay if we do that? So I think they've had the blessing of, it might be something for next time around.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right.
To make sure maybe it's, with a different heading or something,
Yeah.
but they have always asked, they've never.
But when it's the
Presume
Greenbelt,
that-
it's always something that the Greenbelt is working, the town and Greenbelt are working hand in hand.
So what about in the parking lot? They allowed to hand them out there as people are coming in?
No, there would be no restriction. The restriction I would go with is 150 feet from the polling location. You can't campaign.
I just would conceive that if you tell them they can't put it on the table, you're gonna head to the parking lot, so you just better be prepped for that.
Yeah, and there's
Yeah.
nothing.
And it's not just Rich Baker, by the way, I think there's another.
No,
Yeah, there's yard
This
signs,
is about Rick.
there's yard signs around town on the wetlands bylaw advocating voting one way or the other, and, that there may be pamphlets that someone's,
Right.
I don't know anything about it, but, could be.
So for right now, we've got how we will do it at
Yeah.
this meeting.
Yeah,
And, then people can have a discussion about whether you wanna make it nuanced, more nuanced later on, but right now it can't be, there's no time.
all right.
If we have one, I'm not aware of any kind of a written policy about this, other than what I say under Article 2. But I do know that there have been times when we have allowed not town officers or committees to bring in information. And one of them had something to do, and I'm struggling to remember, but there was some kind of a proposal that involved land. And it wasn't, and the people brought in charts and maps and all kinds of stuff.
Was it the solar,
It may have been to do with the solar or
Yeah,
something.
Cognition,
But it wasn't a town
yeah,
officer or
Right.
committee, it was just this group of people that were, and we did allow that, so I think perhaps we need to meet at some point far from now,
Yeah.
and see if we can draft some sort of a,
yeah.
It's not an article.
yeah, an article.
No, but
Guidelines, yes. Policy.
that's really what I took out of this conversation, that we were bookmarking it for a
Yeah,
future
yeah,
thing,
but I know we haven't always followed that hard and fast rule.
no,
Now, I did ask Lenny Muir to leave one of the meetings today. because he was politicking. He had his hat and he had, up in, when we were outside, and,
Yep, there you go.
All right, Article 22, that's select board,
Yes.
finance committee bylaws.
Thank you.
so that's you, right?
All right, vote declared by moderator bylaw, is that,
I select one, I would do it, but I don't make it.
can you make a motion?
No.
I'd have to step down and we'd have to elect another moderator.
You convinced us.
All right, Article 25 zoning definitions,
I have planning board.
okay.
We do have members of the board, now on, so I don't know if they, but I did mention that to Sue. Sam Johnson, building inspector, may or may not be there. He is on the warrant for, Monday at Groveland Town Meeting. He's got a couple of bylaw amendments that are more substantive, so I told him, go to Groveland. If his business is done there, he may be here if there are questions on the zoning, but with the planning board being the sponsors, I did mention that to Sue, and we've got Brian and Tim and Ann here, so they can tell me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like a planning board member would be happy to make that motion.
This will be late in the meeting, so.
Yeah, possibly. Well, Sam couldn't make the motion either way.
Right.
All right, Article 26, the property tax flip up.
I've selected.
Article 27, that would be-
Richard Baker.
yep. And Article 28 is,
David Seaton.
okay, and he's been involved with town meeting, he's briefed on.
I said, unfortunately, David, you picked the dead hole.
Yeah,
So, I don't even know if he'll be there. By the time that rolls around, he's 18, I don't know if he has a curfew.
I know I said this earlier, but I'm just gonna restate it on 27 because it is material. The form of motion that you have in the packet does not reference the Soldiers and Sailors Building. That is the form that Rich Baker intends to make. The one that was handed out still references Soldiers and Sailors. That is not. And so I just want to make sure that's.
So he's dropped the funding from the original.
Yep.
Article.
Yep.
And he's dropped the soldiers and sailors from the original.
so, one thing I know that, in the Daily News article on this, he stated that it was surplus, I mean, that's not part of this motion, or is it what we're doing here, right?
It's authorizing
It's
this
just
position.
authorizing the disposition, it's not stating that it's surplus, and
You have to declare it a surplus before we can dispose of it?
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's the question? I didn't hear it.
The question is on the citizen petition, the intent is to, and you can see in the motion, vote authorize the board to dispose. Is it separately necessary for a declaration of the land as surplus? And I believe that would be a board vote, right? That's not a town meeting.
Mhm.
Right, exactly.
So is that a necessary step before this motion?
Before, I don't think, I mean, if you didn't do it, then there's nothing stopping you from doing it afterwards. I don't think if you don't vote on it, that does not mean this vote can't take place. It just means the prerequisite would be a future town or a select board vote.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right, that might be an hour.
I think that's the
All right, any other questions on that meeting? Are we good? Are you all set? All right, thank you, Tim.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
We'll see you on Monday.
Okay.
So was the FinCom planning on staying around for item D, which is the smart growth zoning?
I think we have to talk about the.
I'm
Yeah.
asking the question, if you plan to stay anyway? because there are members of the planning board here that are interested in that. So if you're staying anyway, I'd like to take that first. But if you're not planning on staying, we'll just continue on with your business.
Up to you guys.
How much longer?
How much longer are we talking?
That presentation is gonna take some time, so.
Okay, while we,
All right, let's plow ahead. So the next item is the recommendation on the telecom upgrades to the finance committee.
so just remind me, the funds already set aside were for, which portion of this, the, telecom purchase?
Yeah, town offices, yeah,
Telecom,
yeah, yeah.
and so now you're looking to move forward because you've got bids that probably have something that you can work with in there for both telecom and cable.
Yeah.
But nothing's really been presented. It's like most of the time we would end up seeing a quote that we're reacting to, and you'll be sifting that out over the next 30 days or so.
30 to 60 days, yeah.
Yeah, so a question I have is, can we take this up in the fall, 4 months from now? After you're in front of us with your comprehensive proposal? I mean, you know, the other thing is still gonna be there. The other money's already allocated. And if it's gonna take you, you know, 30 to 60 days to round all this out,
Well, we're gonna have to redo the procurement process at that,
yeah,
which isn't the end of the world, but it's.
no, but what I'm saying is, isn't it the wiser course of action to have what we're actually gonna go forward with in front of us to react to? As opposed to not knowing, I mean, we can do a warrant article for money, but this is less certain than we usually do a warrant article for money, that's what I'm getting at. Because usually we would end up in looking at, we know this thing costs about 100,000, you know, I'm not quite sure what you're gonna end up with as a result, but you're asking for money ahead of that. I just,
Well,
it strikes me we
yeah.
could wait till fall, I don't know why we don't wait till fall.
Well, I'll just give you an example, Rob. Rebecca was on the phone today and the phone hung up on her twice. I mean.
With a single
With
resident,
a single resident.
like our phone is junk,
Yeah.
and we've been trying to fix this for years. Yeah, it's, you know, it's whatever the voters want at town meeting, the article's gonna be on the floor. The FinCom can recommend it favorably or not, obviously that's gonna have a lot of impact as to whether it passes or not. But the article is going to be on the floor, it will be voted. So if the majority of people feel it's better to not fund it, that's the majority opinion.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that there.
But in terms of, you know, what you said about there's typically more detail, that's not entirely true. For something like a vehicle or a known item, that's typically, there's a quote. But for something like, there's been any number of articles over the years on facility improvements where there's kind of a list of the objective of what that funds is gonna be used for, but there's not, you know, specs and scopes and budgets, and very rarely is a procurement process completed prior to the allocation of funding. That's been done, the only time I can think that that's ever been done in the time I've been here is for the water tank at the chemical treatment building, because the bids came in above what the town had appropriated. We had to go back to the town seeking more money. And so we had the bids due prior to town meeting, so we could go to town meeting with a true number. That's the exception, not the rule. And so for something like this, I just don't think it's accurate to say that you would normally have like everything all tied up in a bow, because.
No, maybe not 100%, but typically we're a little further along.
In terms of your committee's review of it, that may be, you know,
That's
we
what
have
I'm
10 proposals. Those are all public documents. If someone wants to come in between now and Monday night, you can review them. We're gonna be reviewing them. I'm not gonna review them by Monday night. But you can see the amount of it, you know, it's a time-intensive process to do this kind of procurement. And it's gonna be time-intensive to evaluate the proposals and come up with the one that's the best, in the best interest of the town. the end of the day, that's a function of the procurement officer, based on input from a lot of people who've been involved with this. If a FinCom member wants to be part of the, advisory group to be part of rating the proposals, we would welcome that. But we're just trying to get something done here and put in hundreds of hours of staff time over the last.
I mean, I think it's comparable to like this water exploration study. We did you a proposal. We, you know, we did our due diligence, gave you an
I
estimate.
also, on this particular thing, I would have definitely have hoped for, us having someone that could guide us through this thing, this complicated telecom, landscape. Because, you know, I just, in general, I think you put a lot of time in it, I know that. But in general, I would have hoped for someone that could, speak to why we pursued what we pursued, why it's absolutely the best thing to have done, whether it's, you know, where we want to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that sort of thing. So I just think in general, this is, I wish it had been done a little bit different. I would like to be reminded of the discussions that you had on this particular, warrant article. I can't even remember when you guys discussed it, what the discussion was like. I mean, you know, have you all three arrived at a similar conclusion that?
No, I mean, for me personally, I'm trusting our employees, the town manager and the staff to recommend what's best.
So you have 60, you want 40 more?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
61
for this remaining.
Chris, 61.
I was a little skeptical at the outset, but I sat in other meetings since then, and I think I'm on the same wavelength as Wendy, which is that I trust Angus' discretion. I don't think he spends frivolously. I think this is something that the office staff, it's very important to the office staff here, so I'd be willing to personally to support, you know, it positively.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I think if it did fail for whatever reason, there is the appropriation that remains, the 61.4. That could potentially be used to kind of go as far as we could. Maybe we do the phones, we don't do the cabling, and we come back later and do that separately. Potentially, you know, the way that article was written and the way that was voted a few years ago and the way the motion was written, it says, you know, all costs associated with telecom replacement and upgrades. So we could go sign a contract for some kind of specialized engineer and spend, you know, $10,000 on technical advice. And, you know, maybe that's the right answer. Maybe we do that. And, you know, if the thing doesn't pass, maybe that's what we do, is we just say, okay, we're just gonna, you know, hire someone who's, because we've been clear right along. None of us are experts. None of us have purported to be experts, but lots of towns have replaced their telecom systems. And in the due diligence that went into this 3 years ago, when Wayne was here, he gathered up a lot of procurement documents that different towns had used. He visited different towns. He got, you know, he talked to prospective vendors, and we have been compiling all of that into our own procurement document. So, you know, a lot of time, anyone who's worked for a town knows that some amount of the work we do is you look at what your counterparts in other communities, you draw from that, and you take what relates to you. All of that's been going on for quite a while. So, you know, does that mean it's perfect? And Chris asked earlier tonight, what's the product? Well, I don't know what the product is, because we just opened the bids, and just getting like a recommended figure was my objective for tonight. Obviously, we haven't vetted the bids, and nor are we going to by Monday night. So, you know, if we want to go forward with this, we should appropriate the funds. If we don't, we shouldn't. And if the funds aren't appropriated, we're going to do the best we can with the funds that we have and the resources we have. So, you know, I don't want to do a hard sell on something. We're just trying to solve a problem that's been a problem since before I got here. It's been on the list of select board objectives, and this was before any of you were on the board, but it was on the list of Joe Anderson's list when I was hired, and it was one of the things he had in my 6-month objective. I said, Joe, this isn't, you know, but it's, you know, these phones have been junk for years, and it contributes to customer service issues and perception of.
Yeah, it strikes me as like one of the more critical, you know, infrastructure issues we have. obviously it's not in the ground, but I really think it's one of our more
But
important.
again, just so you'll know, I would have probably engaged someone that could have helped.
I heard that from you already, but, and I understand that, and that would have been nice, but we're not at that point. And at this point in time, and at least in my opinion, I think there's enough has been put into this over a long enough period of time that the options are they're becoming very well understood. There's, you know, a competitive process going on, and it's not a perfect world, but I expect it's gonna work out pretty well, and, you know, with a good result. And I don't think we can just keep pushing it off. You know, there's a system that's on the verge of failure. It fails every single day, but it's on the verge of catastrophic failure, and
The need is definitely there. And
yeah.
do we know enough to just put something in that says not to exceed it? No.
But you can't spend more than you voted.
No,
Yeah.
It's the amount.
That's
Yeah.
what all of this is always about.
Yeah.
Angus doesn't spend to the amount that if we do the 103, 400, that can't be exceeded, and.
Yeah, well, and the new money there is 42,000.
Right, right, and so, I mean, you can look at the schedule, and I presume that when you do the median, the total of 75, 76 could in fact be the thing you end up doing.
Yeah, and if I had to bet, it probably will be.
Yeah,
but I
exactly,
don't wanna
that's-
presuppose that, because we haven't.
No, and you don't know the mix and the match, but I take the schedule as very heartening, that, you know, the maximum total is 103, so you ain't probably gonna end up there. So I think we are talking about something in the range of 70 to 80,000. And again, what I'm just trying to get real comfortable with is that once we've made this commitment that we're gonna live with for the next 15 to 20 years, that it is in fact turns out to have been the smart commitment. That's the one hesitation I have to all of this, right?
So of the proposals that were received that provided both phone and cabling, because there were 5 proposals that received without cabling, of those that provided both, the bids were 86,901, 103,278, 95,118, and 68,975. So, you know, 68,975 to 103,3 is basically the total project cost.
Just put my 2 cents in. I was debating how I was gonna vote on it. And I wasn't in favor of it, but you're already into it for the 60 grand number. So when I thought the 42, I thought it was gonna come in a lot higher than that. So I think you got a reasonable number. And you said the downside is you got a system that dies in 5 years. The technology dies that quick. So for 100 grand, you can eliminate a system that
Yeah,
is.
I didn't say the system would die in 5 years.
You said you might get a 5-year solution.
No, I will tell you that I just wished we had engaged someone that could have shepherded us through this, because this is a tricky area. The technology is changing. What people were doing 3 and 4 and 5 years ago isn't necessarily what they actually doing when they look forward 3 and 4.
Well, maybe that's the plan on the next cycle. Maybe you just have to patch it on this one to get through.
Yeah, right.
You know, I do think it's, you know, lessons learned, kind of looking back over the 3+ year cycle, or really 3.5, I think, since the first article was brought forward. You know, knowing today what I know, you know, if I knew now what I, you know,
Right.
whatever.
Exactly, right.
I would say we would take a similar approach to what we took with the page go HVAC, where it got to a point where it became so clear that just scoping that project to put it out to bid required such specialized knowledge and such time by people with specialized expertise, that we hired a firm to engineer the project, to put it out to bid on our behalf. And that is what was needed to get that project done. And you know, in retrospect, I think that wouldn't have been a bad idea to come in 3 or 4 years ago and say, hey, we need 10 grand to work with a real telecom expert to tell us what we should do, and to put it out to bid. We didn't do that, so.
Yeah, so this is where we're at. We all agree with.
Let me just say something, because you guys have all contributed a lot to this conversation, and I've worked in this space daily. The technology changes daily. It's not too late to have somebody come in and give you that $10,000, $20,000 survey to figure out what's gonna be the best solution for the town to go forward. Not necessarily implementing a plan that's 20 years old. A traditional telco system, like you're being proposed, or what it's been drafted from what I've seen, is something that's been in the works for traditional buildings for many years. This one is not too much different from what I've seen, and I haven't read any of the proposals. I don't even know who's providing them, other than the picture that you showed this morning. I think it's the best interest of the town not to jump into something like this. Because you gotta look at something, at the things that are more comprehensive in the plan than just picking up the phone and having a dial tone, or not being disconnected. I think you need to look at a broader spectrum and look at covering not only the phone, the data, the cabling in the building, but you gotta look at the cellular infrastructure in the building, the Wi-Fi infrastructure in the building, the security that covers and protects everything. So that you don't create holes for people to come in and steal things. Or, God forbid, lock you down and force you to spend, ransom or a ransom to get your data back. So you just need to.
So I guess my question is, about 6 or 7 weeks ago, I did that kind of supplemental memo, which was intending to be responsive to some of your questions. It obviously wasn't.
I looked at some of the pictures that you've had coming in to look at some, where the diagrams are gonna be laid out to run the cables.
Yeah,
And
well,
other than that.
but there was like a 2-page memo, like 6 or 7 weeks ago, that talked about the rationale of the cabling and the cybersecurity infrastructure and getting the server room to the basement. Do you remember that?
I don't remember all of those details. I saw the cabling. I didn't see anything mentioned about cybersecurity. There was a different.
Anyone else remember seeing this memo? Because it was a 2-page memo that took a fair amount of time and went through multiple drafts and was basically intending to be a response, and it was in multiple packets. I know you guys get a lot of materials, but
As you produce a lot of material.
you don't see a tenth of it.
It doesn't matter. You do a lot of good work.
And I
But
produce it.
what I'm saying is, I think you don't need to race into something like this without having somebody advising you as to what the right decisions are for the town.
My frustration is we prepared a 2-page memo, which a lot of hands-on, and that we included in multiple packets, which was intending to be responsive to these questions. And now it seems that perhaps wasn't read. It's unfortunate because I was at multiple meetings where that was presented. We would have been happy to have you in for an off hours. In fact, we talked about it at staff level, like, if Dan wants to come in, let's have him in and show him around. Like, I think that would be a much more constructive, and we have other committee members who take it upon themselves for things that they have a personal knowledge about to come in and meet and learn and talk. And if we're wrong, we want to know we're wrong, but this isn't a great forum to have that conversation, particularly when that 2-page memo, I mean, that went through 5 or 6 rounds before I put it into your packet. And while it was addressed to the select board, the finance committee, and the capital improvements committee, and was provided to all of those, you were the intended recipient. So when I sent it around, and I guess I thought maybe it was responsive to the questions that you're raising about why, for instance, a wireless solution isn't practical in this building because of the method of construction of this building, because
This is a
it's
small
so.
building. I do remember reading your article about that.
Yeah.
When I read the article about the wireless solution, this is a small building. It is an old construction building. But you can put wireless access points in here. Maybe you have to double the number that's in a typical.
Right, it's just that with the repeaters and the brick walls, you need to have repeaters, all of which are connected to a cable. Correct?
They're connected to a cable, but we
Which,
don't
so
have.
that
to
means,
wire-
right,
You
right.
Angus, let's not go into the details
Yeah.
of the architecture, okay? I think you're rushing. I think you should have a consultant that gives you a professional opinion of what you want to do.
So how about
You
this?
take it under advisement, right?
How about
You
this?
have the money.
How about this?
You can do that.
How about this? Okay, say we pass the, 42,000. At the back end, you can still have someone review what you're looking at as you go through the next 30 or 60 days. Just working side with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming up with a scope and budget and contract with that third person. I mean, we could do that, I think.
Well, you
I
can hire
can see
someone by
doing
the
that.
hour. You can hire someone by the hour.
But there's also the time that's already been invested in.
No, but I'm
But, you know, I don't, if it's wrong, I don't want, I mean, that's unfortunate, but it's not a reason to do something that's the wrong thing. If this is the wrong thing to do,
But it may not even be the
but,
wrong.
but I haven't heard that.
Right, it may not even be the wrong thing. You're presuming that the end result of that isn't some sort of endorsement of what we're doing. It's
No, I'm
just-
not. But I guess my point is, if there's enough money in, if this is
Yeah.
approved, then
Yeah.
there's enough money to do that.
Right,
The town
exactly.
manager
That's what I just
decides-
said.
Yeah,
That's what I just said. I was proposing that.
okay.
I was proposing that we consider saying yes to this with the understanding that you probably have the opportunity to pull someone in who you may not even have to scope a contract. It might be someone that is willing to, you know, say, I can redouble check this for you. And it'll take me 20 hours and I charge $200 an hour, right? So it's just, there's a
Yeah.
person out there that could do this, just so that we have a chance to make sure that it could also lead to just tweaking some stuff, addressing some stuff that should be in there that isn't, whatever. That's all I'm saying. I'm just looking for a path forward.
So with all that, maybe I can make a motion.
Well, before we make a motion, let me just suggest one other thing, and this ties in what Rob was saying. You've got these proposals now.
Mhm.
Spend some of the extra money that you have in there, or some of the money you have in there, to help you consolidate and vet those proposals with somebody who's an independent person.
That would save a lot of staff time over the next
Exactly.
30 days.
And it brings a level of expertise
Yes.
that it could only, at a minimum, you're gonna be blessed for exactly what you did.
Mhm.
Or you're gonna be advised, well, you should be still doing this too, or something. That's all I'm saying.
I think if you.
But basically, I said that's what I was saying. Why are you repeating what I said?
Because I'm endorsing it, I guess.
Okay, you're endorsing, so Jim doesn't,
So is this gonna be a conditional motion?
no.
Well, I'm just asking.
Well,
So if you're gonna approve the motion, let's approve it and move on.
But I think, Angus, you put a lot of work into it. You've got extra money, or you could have extra money to do this.
Mhm.
It'll save you time,
Mhm.
and it will give you a comfort level and an opinion from everybody to help accelerate your process.
and maybe some improvements, maybe some ideas for the future at the same time.
So Rob, you'd given me a business card a few weeks ago with
Yeah.
someone's number. Is that,
Someone
is
like
that
that.
someone that you,
I
are
think
vouching
so.
for, as someone who would be, an asset for that kind of?
I think so, but I also know Gerard has someone that he could also recommend. So there's people out there. I know the problem is quite often it's hard to find a person who's content with just consulting. They don't, most of them are in their business to sell, to install. It's an issue. Is it conditional? No, I was not gonna make it conditional. I was gonna hope that the direction of the board would be, oh, that sounds like a great idea. What do you think, Angus? And Angus would say, yeah, that could be helpful. And so I'm dying to hear Jim's motion.
Then I make a motion to approve 42,000 into the special town meeting, Article 17, telecommunications systems.
There's a second. Is there any more discussion on this matter?
I want to say something, but I don't want everybody to get upset. But I do want to just ask one thing. And I really don't want to open up a can of worms, but are we dropping calls because the hardware or because the cable?
Well,
Okay, so like just as a stopgap to stop the pain, I mean, could you buy a half dozen new phones, or would that not solve the problem?
It really, yeah.
Obviously, you need a comprehensive solution, right? I'm not saying it, you know, as a substitute for that.
So just to give you an example, if you call Angus's extension,
Yeah,
and Angus didn't pick up, and you said, oh, let me call Jim instead. And it gives you the option, do you want to leave a message, or do you want to transfer to a different number? It's, I'm gonna transfer to a different number, I'm having Jim's extension, it says, thank you, and hangs up. That's one, that's the system itself.
gotcha.
And then there's the phones that don't have
Themselves.
caller ID, or hang up, or you can't hear the message because the message cuts off. So it's really a combination of the system and the phones are just completely.
But I think the question Ross asked was the phones or the cables. I think it's the phones and the underlying like software to the phones.
Gotcha.
The cables is kind of something that is, this presents an opportunity to also improve that situation. But it's not the cables that are causing the customer service issues. It's the phones that were
But
purchased,
as you move,
used when they were purchased 15 years
Right.
ago. that we
But as
use,
you-
they're junk.
as you move forward, the cables are an asset.
Yeah,
Right now.
we think so. I mean, you know, reasonable people can disagree, but we think and our, yeah. we
Any
think
more,
our cables are supplied.
Let's let it rip.
Let's rip, any more discussion? No,
Wait a second.
Yes.
Yeah, second.
Dennis.
Oh,
right, Dennis seconded.
I guess the only discussion, Rob, I'd just say is, I think the idea of taking some of the money and spending it to have somebody come in and help you accelerate things and provide you with some extra insights. And also plan for what's potentially some of the things that you want to add in the future.
Right.
That way you get more of a comprehensive plan out of it.
Mhm.
And you can keep capture and, you know, take advantage of what you've already put into it. But I think you can quickly accelerate, probably get a better solution.
No, I think the spirit of that within the current procurement is a very positive suggestion. The prospect of, you know, having to start from square one is, you know, it's not the end of the world, but it would be but I think what I'm hearing is that within the current procurement, and I think that's a very good
It's
suggestion.
not square one, you're just, so,
It's not super.
it's not square, it's actually.
Because presumably, you know, within those 9 proposals and really 4 that were fully responsive, presumably, because they're all, I mean, you know, they're from firms that do this stuff. They're coming in and telling us this is what we think you should do, and presumably there's a good idea in there. But if someone who knows more than we do looks and says,
Well,
well, it's all junk,
but you're all right, but
we're under no obligation to award a contract.
I'm gonna go back to what Rob said, okay? We're gonna trust you to take it from here.
Mhm.
We've made our opinion known.
Mhm.
I'd love to have a vote. Are we ready to vote? All in
But we have
favor?
a second meeting.
All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous.
Thank you,
Thank you. Thank you for listening to our concerns. I
Thank you.
appreciate it greatly.
thank you.
It's actually
And
good.
Angus, look at it as an opportunity.
I do.
Because they're, you know. So,
Sunset, yeah, and yeah.
They got right rationale.
kind of right rationale.
can't write a rationale, think public, it's been.
Well, they can present it at town.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
That'd be
who wants to present the rationale?
Everybody speak at once.
Why is everybody looking at?
I will do the rationale, I will do the rationale.
Thank you, Rob.
I'm doing the rationale, the sunset has to be, longer than shorter.
I think the sunset should be like 2026.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
June.
Is that okay, 2026?
So.
Well, I think 2026 is good.
What do we expect?
But we're-
this to?
Let's make this as complicated about that.
Yeah.
Sure.
So does anybody know who they picked for quarterback tonight? So anyways, yeah, Angus, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate this. Yeah, I think actually, the one thing I would say, having every salesperson that sells you, there's ads that they have that's easiest for them, that satisfies you, it's easiest for them. Doesn't necessarily mean they want to go out of their way to describe to you something that's even a little bit better, because you may be taking them away from what they actually do or whatever. So it's always good to have someone at your side giving you that advice. It's like the auditor that you use. He strikes me as someone that makes good suggestions too, so.
Yeah, no, we're well aware each of the proponents is coming from where.
Yeah, exactly, from where they come.
Yeah, but that's the whole competitive bid process, like,
Yeah, but all I'm saying is that you could find something perfectly adequate in there.
Mhm.
But this may actually give you an opportunity to, as, Dan was saying, to also, see some way into the future. So it might be
Mhm.
something that we could do now that actually sets us up better for the future.
All right, are we done with that conversation?
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
So you guys leaving?
I gotta go.
Yeah, we're fine, yeah. Thank you very
We're
much.
getting the boot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See y'all later.
Getting the boot.
See you Monday.
Yeah,
Oh,
Be
yeah,
there.
we have a meeting 6:30 at Page School.
Okay.
Okay.
So if that comes from, if the thing I'm looking.
And by, can we park in back, Jim?
Yes.
Can we park in back?
If
And
you,
we're
when you
gonna
get
park
there,
in
since
back.
you're getting there early, all the way in the back.
It's behind Page School.
Get in the back.
Yeah.
it's just about.
Yeah.
They'll.
yeah, you go around the building.
It's a surface level entrance. That goes right in.
We're just doing that because there's limited parking in those, so you guys.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Rob.
See you
Jim,
guys.
thank you. Appreciate you.
Back to those trees there, Jim.
They're still sitting in my, driveway.
Thank you, Dennis. Good
Good,
night.
Dennis.
Are you ready to roll into the four-year thing? All
I'm ready.
right,
Yeah.
bring it on.
So,
My okay.
No, you have to stay. Thanks, Jenny. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, good night.
So we have, obviously, we got, three members of the planning board on, as well as the chair of the open space committee. So I'm just gonna start briefly by saying why this is on tonight. But then before I get into, I'm gonna run through the slides. It's not gonna be as lengthy as I give at a conference or whatever. But if there are specific things that people want me to touch on, like, I don't wanna go through all the slides and have people say, well, why am I sitting through this? So I just wanna say if people have, specific objectives, but basically, the reason that this is on tonight's agenda is, there's been more discussion in the last, few months, especially in the last 6 or 8 weeks, about 40R smart growth zoning than maybe there has been in a number of years. It was looked at by the town very closely back in, the 2008, 2009 era with regard to the Mullen property. It's now back part of the conversation, so I had mentioned to Wendy, back in the day when I was deeply involved with this, I gave a lot of conference presentations. I have slides that are kind of already done. I didn't prepare these for tonight. These are from a presentation I gave back in 2015. But I do think they're very helpful in terms of what is smart growth zoning, how does it work? So this is not to advocate that it's good or it's not good, but it can be good if it's applied properly. It doesn't mean it makes sense for West Newbury, but it's an interesting policy that's, in my experience, has some more nuance than, for instance, the MBTA community's taken, in isolation. So, there are a number of slides. I will run through, them, as quickly as I don't want to do it, but so the presentation includes an overview of the context for 40R, some examples of some approved districts, highlights of some key policy features and illustrated by some existing districts, some examples of things that have actually been built under 40R, and some recommendations for successful local efforts. Part of the reason for the policy in the first place was to promote a concentration of development, which has a direct benefit to more efficient use of land and reduce suburban sprawl. So there's broad agreement on the solution, channeling investment toward areas with infrastructure. How that gets done is the details. So, also this policy came out of a very strong state concern back in 2004, which is every bit as strong 20 years later, that there's really a structural deficit in the production of housing relative to demand in particularly Eastern Massachusetts. There's a lot more demand than there is supply, hence price escalation. And that an underlying cause for that is a shortage of land that is appropriately zoned for higher density residential. So you have supply that lags demand, but it's also misplaced. It's not producing the type of housing that is fully responsive to the needs of the market, meaning, multifamily and smaller families and different types of families. So the concept of the smart growth zoning is economic incentives to communities to voluntarily adopt higher density zoning in smart growth locations. Was intended 20 years ago to create zoned land that offered predictable permitting as of right permitting to allow the market to then decide, where should the growth go. There's lots of young people that was driving the concern. That's still going on. And you see that in the demographics. So this data is all old. This goes back to, 2013. Not in consulting anymore, so I'm not spending my time updating 40R maps, but as of 2013, this was a map of where smart growth zoning had been adopted as of that moment in time. Of the 31 communities at that time, I had personally written 13 of those, so I was, pretty highly involved with all of this. And I was actually on the state regulation committee for 40R back when I was a town planner in 2004, 2005. So key ingredients, smart growth location. There's a lot of nuance to that, but it's transit, it's town centers, it's other highly suitable locations. We could spend an hour talking about that, but at the end of the day, what matters is it's up to each community to determine what for them is a smart growth location. It's not quite that simple because you need the state approval, but that's good enough for tonight, unless there's follow-up. As of right permitting was a key part of the law, just as it is for the MBTA communities, because applicants to, navigate the permitting process need to have predictability. So what I would always tell communities, set a high standard in terms of your expectations for the quality of development, but if the applicant meets that standard, they need a clear path to permitting. Don't set these high standards and then take 18 to 24 months or more to permit a development, which is very, very common. At least it was one. I mean, it really, so, and then the design standards were enormously important to it because that's what gives the communities the ability to define design standards, and they are binding enforceable standards. And when this was approved, this became the only framework in statute for design review of development in Massachusetts. People do it under special permits, but it's not explicit. And you certainly can't do it under, subdivisions and things. So infrastructure certification, this was a really valuable part of this statute. What this says is that the town engineer or town official with authority needs to certify in writing prior to the adoption of zoning that the infrastructure is in place that is sufficient to support the amount of density that is zoned, or that there are binding agreements in place to ensure that that happens. So that what that means is if you have a number of these were project driven, you had a developer, they had the land, they would enter an development agreement with the community where they would say, if you adopt the zoning, I will rebuild this intersection, I will upgrade your treatment plant, whatever it was. So for those 40Rs that were driven by projects of scale, there was often a development agreement. And so that allowed the local official to certify the infrastructure, not as it is today, but as it will be prior to the development happening. And that had to be a binding enforceable thing for all parties, so that it's not, oh, it's as of right, but oh, yoink, we actually don't have enough treatment capacity in our sewer plant, and therefore you're gonna lose 3 years, so it had to be, that was really for everyone's interest. And then the, state approval is required before the town meeting vote. This is part of why to align this with the MBTA communities would require a tremendous amount of choreography and aligning two complex regulatory frameworks. This thing, I did this is actually a really good thing. I'm not gonna dwell on it now but I'm happy to send these slides around. But this has like the steps in the process, the application, the the public hearing, that's the public hearing on the application. DHCD reviews it, they issue a letter of eligibility. Only then can town meeting approve it, so that's all like steps and time and then after town meeting, DHCD gives it final approval. It's not totally dissimilar from the MBTA communities, but it's a much more specific framework, on some of these things. It's a high bar to meet. If you know what you're doing, you can do it, but it's not to be entered lightly. I mean, that's for sure. It's a big commitment. So some brief examples, need 2/3 vote, need a process, blah, 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 gotta have inclusive process. So some of the examples I'll run through pretty quickly. Some of these might be of interest. This is in the town of Norwood. This was one of the very first 40Rs in the state. And it really opened a lot of eyes because, and I'll say this is not one I was involved with. I knew the planner, he's a really good guy. But this, when it was first adopted, a lot of planners were very skeptical because it wasn't something that came from the planning community. It came from the Boston Foundation, which is a think tank. And so it was adopted after those of us who were town planners had been spending many years lobbying the state for zoning reform. And the state not only doesn't do zoning reform, they approved this thing no one had ever heard of as an outside section of the budget in 2004. They didn't even have a public hearing on it. The process was terrible. So a lot of planners were really skeptical and they were thinking this was for mega projects. This Norwood example was really interesting because it showed how this policy can be applied on a very targeted way for a very small site with a very modest build out. So you can see this included adaptive reuse of 3 existing buildings. I don't have the unit counts. I mean, I could zoom in again, but it looks like it's about, 11, 12, like 15 units. So it's a really, and this was one of the first ones, and this caused a lot of people to say, oh, I had only thought of it as like a mega. You can do it in a surgical way. So I think that's a neat example. This is one I was involved with down at Portage Park, Plymouth. This was much more of like a scale project, adaptive reuse of kind of, Portage Park, a lot of vacant, large industrial brick buildings. This was a way to create an economic incentive for a private party to come in and invest a huge amount of money to bring life to these old buildings. So it was very, very cool there. That was a great site too, and that it had a transit stop. The commuter rail in Kingston, you may have heard me mention this. I always say you could see this location from outer space. This is a 107-acre gravel pit right next to the commuter rail in Kingston. It's been empty forever. This was a wonderful, wonderful plan, had a wonderful public-private partnership. It was passed at town meeting where over 1,400 people attended in a town of 11,000, and it passed to approve 730 as-of-right housing units in a suburban town south of Boston. Unheard of. Everyone would have said never, plus hundreds of thousands of square feet of non-residential. 40R helped create through everything I've mentioned, design standards, infrastructure certification, and financial incentives. All of those things come together and allowed a coalition to be built on something that was 100% consistent with town plans. But no, people have tried to do a 40B here. Well, anyway, it was really exciting to be part of it. Unfortunately, it got the zoning approval, the town meeting approval was appealed by a direct abutter. Not the permits, it never even got that far. The town meeting approval was appealed based on alleged procedural defects. There were no procedural defects, it all played out. But by the time this was approved, and I forget if it was 2007 or 2008, might have been, but by the time that all played out, the market, we all know what happened in like 09, like the market crashed, it all went away, it never got built. So this was a great concept. We all spent 14 months, the developer spent, I don't know how much money creating the 65-page design standard. It was really cool, but it didn't pan out, but it was a neat idea. This is out in Pittsfield. This is similar to the Portage Park, but this thing here, I did work on the Pittsfield one. you know, we had all these different sub-districts for different, really churches. There were a lot of vacant churches and vacant buildings. We had different zoning, different densities, different parking ratios, different design standards for all of these. This was largely adaptive reuse, so, but this is a great illustration of how the city of Pittsfield was able to apply this policy in a very targeted way based on specific properties that they were looking to create, you know, incentives for private developers to want to invest in. Let's see, next one. This one I have a few slides on because I think it's one of the more interesting examples potentially relevant here in West Newbury. Sorry, my God. So this is the town, this town of Belmont. We own a very affluent town, a town that cares greatly about what gets built and where and what it looks like. So this was a church property, and let's see, the next slide has a better base map. So this, and this were all owned by the Catholic Church. They've been declared surplus. The church was in the process of going through a disposition process. The neighbors were very savvy. They were very aware that under the underlying zoning, it would allow for a couple of house lots. And no, they knew no one was gonna do that. They knew a 40B developer would buy it, come and do a 40B, and they were absolutely right. That was exactly what was gonna happen. So the neighbors approached the planning board and said, we, the neighbors, want to see a 40R district, because even though we know that's gonna result in a lot more housing than the underlying zoning, it gives us design control and it has these other amenities. So the neighbors organized, it was the Oakley Neighborhood Improvement Association, and one of their members was an architect, and he came up with some concept plan that I think comes up here. So he kind of drew, like, was his, you know, conception of, you know, a couple of houses here, a fourplex here, adaptive reuse of this and that. And that, even though the neighborhood wasn't the developer, so that wasn't exactly what was gonna happen, that was the kind of, you know, driving force on the design standards that me and the company I work for wrote, where we were basically taking some of the distinctive architectural elements of neighboring, buildings, and basically documenting those in the design standards as now being applicable to the new development. So we wrote these kind of very detailed design standards. I have all this stuff if people want to see like sample design standards. To be honest, to be very frank, we were doing better work than every other consultant on this. Like, our design standards were really good. Some other firms, I felt it was like cut and paste, like there was a reason we kept getting hired, and we got 6 statewide awards for this kind of work. We did really, you know, so that's where, like, if we hire a consultant, I'm personally gonna wanna make sure we hire someone who knows how powerful this statute can be. Because it is, if you do it right. So this was actually what was constructed. So now I know within the neighborhood, some people thought it was great, some people thought it wasn't exactly what they wanted, but I want to just highlight, so let me go back to here. So this building here, this brown building was right here. I don't know if those on remote can see, but this was this building. Number of people wanted this building to be saved. The developer who eventually bought the land said it can't, not because it's not structurally sound or whatever, but it didn't lay out properly to have the type of unit that they needed to make their numbers work. So, but what you can see what they did. So this Pinker building is new construction, but you can see if you look at them side by side, there's a lot of commonality. Like, they really made great efforts to have the design reflect the design standards that community through its town meeting had set out and approved. So, you know, and when you see it on the ground, it's kind of cool because it's not, it's not what would have happened if this thing had gone 40B at all. Like, it would have been very, very different. So, you know, people can quibble, is it perfect? Probably not, but is it a really good outcome? I think it was a really good outcome.
And were the people that initiated it, did they end up being?
I think, yeah, for the most part, I mean, one thing I remember, hearing about afterwards, because of course, we were the zoning consultants, so after the zoning was approved and the state approval, we were kind of out of the picture, and at that point, it was just kind of me talking with the town planner, oh, how did that end up going, you know, because at that point, I'm not their consultant anymore, so, you know, I remember like, there was something about like the configuration of one of the, driveways resulted in the car headlights when they're leaving the driveway being someone's street. You know, there were some, you know, but I think in general, it was broadly perceived as a big success. And yeah, I'll just restate, Belmont, you know, no different than West Newbury, cares greatly about its community, what gets built. So, you know, the town meeting and all of that, like that in and of itself is notable that even though I think the unit count was 18, it might have been 20, it was in that range. But getting the town of Belmont to voluntarily up zone what was zoned for, I think, 4 single-family houses to 20 kind of speaks to the process that, you know, because Belmont no more than West Newbury, they're not good, their town meeting doesn't like rubber stamp anything like there. And it's a representative town meeting, not an open town meeting. They take their very seriously. This one is not a great, this is irrelevant, but it just might be a curiosity for those of you who have been to the Market Street development in Linfield. There's a lot of debate in the planning community. Is that smart growth? Is it not? We could spend an hour on that. But it's certainly different than what people expected when 40R was approved, that you could do something that has not only got a commercial component, it's primarily commercial. And it had about 200 units of residential, which was multifamily, was rental, and that was all by development agreement and brought the town to its 10%. Linfield has solved its 40B problem, and they did it with this project. And they also did it with 500,000 square feet of non-residential, for those of you who've been to this development, you'll see it's not like other developments. And if you read the design standards that my firm put together, working in a very collaborative way with the community, the developer's architect, you know, part of this is the developer saying, hey, we're gonna do these really nice things. And the community would say, well, we kind of like those things. And we, as the consultant, would then translate those things to standards. So it's kind of, it was a, you know, collaborative thing. So and the developer would probably say, well, we were gonna do that anyway. You didn't need to, but they understood that to build consensus and to get town meeting to voluntarily embrace 500,000 square feet of development plus 200,000 units, you know, show me, don't tell me, you know, and that was what needed to happen. So, and it did. This was Linfield's also a town of about 11,000, or at least it was when I was working there 16 years ago. They had 1,800 people at town meeting, and this passed with over 80% of the vote. So this was one, there were over 70 public meetings. I mean, this, you know, but not directly relevant to West Newbury, but interesting. And then one exit down 128, the former Addison Wesley site in Reading. That was done as a 40R that had long vacant, kind of big behemoth granite or not granite, kind of concrete buildings. This is a little more cookie cutter in terms of the, and then Reading Town Center, they upzoned their town center. One of the big debates or one of the big kind of raw points on the MBTA communities in places like Reading is they've been doing these things proactively for years. And then they hit the MBTA communities mandate, and it's all based on how many units. It's as if they've done nothing. Like, so there is a lot of raw feeling in the planning community because the MBTA Communities Act doesn't distinguish between those communities that actually have been doing what the state wants them to do and those that haven't. In fact, they're penalized because the units they've added through smart growth are just adding to their, but that's a whole other thing. So I'm gonna skip over this one. So tips, conceptual planning, consensus based on a vision of where you're hoping to get. That's really where it has to start. What's the vision? then mapping district and specifically sub-district boundaries. Oh, I didn't make this point, well, it comes up. The density calculations, I had a spreadsheet I put together that kind of did that, kind of automatically. Zoning and design standards, you know, people have to know about the process with these, anyway, whatever, I'll skip. Okay, then, so the sub-districts, this is what I wanted to, so this combined total, I think it was 1.5 acres of land on these 3 non-contiguous properties, had 4 different sub-districts in the zoning. So that's like, you know, it's crazy, but it worked. So this is the kind of thing that, like, here in West Newbury, might this work? I don't know. It might. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of thought, but it's part of my purpose of presenting this tonight is just to, if people have a certain idea in their head, to just kind of make sure that you're looking at the big, you know, because it's not a simple thing. It's not a, you know, so there's a lot.
That's also the strength of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very adaptable. Now, and I said, you know, it's a little more nuanced than like the MBTA communities is 15 units per acre, period. With the 40Rs, 8 units per acre for single family, 12 units for 2 and 3 family, and 20 units per acre for multifamily. So you could, you know, your sub-districts don't all have to allow all of those. You can have sub-districts that allow this, that, or the other. You can have sub-districts like in the Linfield that are purely commercial. We're not gonna do that here, but those are things that weren't known in 2004, 05 when the law was just passed. Those are things that were developed over the course of years as DHD basically would either say, yes, you can do it, or no, you can't. But through many initiatives, those of us on the consulting side and the planning community started to gain more and more, okay, well, we can do this, or no, we can't do that. With the MBTA communities, they're much earlier in the process. So that's why there's a lot of questions that either aren't answered or are going to continue to come out because it's a much newer policy without the same kind of, you know, it's matured. The developable area, this one is interesting. So this was the Kingston one. So the land that was associated with drainage or roadway right of way was excluded from the calculation of developable land. So that allowed, because if they did, this was over 100 acres. So if you do 100, this is in Kingston, 100 even times the lowest density of 8, you're still over 800 units. The developer's like, I want 800 units. I certainly don't want 2,000 units, which is 100 times the 20 units. I want 730 units, no more, no less. He had a whole development program all worked out. So working with the state to get to where we were excluding land that wasn't gonna be housing anyway, it was gonna be roadway or drainage, to get to the 730, so the math worked and met the statute, took some doing, but we got it done. So again, it's like, whereas with the MBTA communities, I'm not so sure. I mean, the planning boards tried to do that, and it seems like DHCD's been pretty flexible on, hey, we want to zone this 12-acre parcel, but we're really actually only going to build on, you know, 6 of the acres. And it seems like DHCD has been pretty good about that. And I think some of that goes back to what they learned in implementing 40R. So you can exclude, you know, basically land that's not gonna be built anyway, so it doesn't drive your density numbers above where you're comfortable. Let's see, non-residential sub-districts, not really applicable here. Proactive planning, you know, to get the 2/3, you gotta have people involved, we all know that. Design drives regulation, using design concepts and create excitement for the project design before talking about the zoning itself. I think the planning board here in West Newbury did an exemplary job. I mean, it's the way they did it back in June with like really focusing on the design before even, that's exactly, if I was on the consultant, that's exactly how I would have, you know, that's exactly the right approach. You know, it's a different framework. You don't have the incentives. All you have is the mandate with MBTA communities. So it's, but I think that's exactly the right approach. Start with the design, the vision, and then get to the zoning.
So would the zoning be 2/3? Because wouldn't it be?
No, it would be a simple majority, yeah, these are 10 years old before they changed that law, so. And yeah, these are just some snapshots of the design standards, one of the things I really like, and one of the things that we kind of, led the charge on, or I did, because I was like the consultant on this, but on a lot of these was all of these phrasings that you see, building scale, proportion, exterior appearance, that language is in the 40R statute. You are specifically authorized to regulate through design, the building scale, proportion, exterior appearance, and so on and so forth. So every chapter of our design standards was indexed directly to the statute, which just, we were able to give, we were able to say, these are binding enforceable standards. Yeah, and I don't want to get into MBTA versus this, that's not what it's about, and I don't know MBTA communities anywhere near the way I use this, or knew this, but what I like about it is that it's direct, you have clear statutory authority for what you're regulating. And it's not design guidelines, which. So, my experience, grassroots processes have in many cases led to local reforms. Sometimes day one opponents eventually become advocates for, the prime mover has sometimes been the town, sometimes the landowner or developer, sometimes residents. The successful initiatives included a clear statement of policy intent and then the regulations to achieve it, so. Local motivations have ranged from proactive kind of planning to strategic or defensive, such as Belmont, like, let's get this instead of that. But regardless of the initial motivation, the intent is to influence private investment patterns. At the end of the day, it's not how, towns building housing, it's private developers. So how do you channel that in a way that actually enhances your community and not detracts from it? The favorable zoning aligns with developers' interest in predictability, but also the public interest in advancing a publicly endorsed vision for the future. So it's a powerful policy. It's not a one size fits all. And I'm not saying that something else is, it's something that I think does, bear some consideration, as we are now, dealing with a mandate. This would be a path the town could choose to follow. That wouldn't be mutually exclusive of some of the sites or designs that have been talked about or on property or anything, but it's not. It's a different way to get there.
A lot more local control.
I think so, but I don't know, the MBTA communities is a lot newer, it's untested, the state's saying. I don't want to diminish that because I know what I know here, and so on, like the design review, it's there've been 36 design standards approved by DHD that you can point to and say that's black letter law, that's an enforceable thing. So and the other is just a much newer policy without that track record.
And the affordability component.
The affordability is 20%, that's really important, and the financial incentives I didn't go into here, but there's an upfront payment, depending on the number of future zoned units you're creating. There's an additional payment of $3,000 per unit created, that's not just for the affordables, that's for every unit built under the 40R.
Who's that?
It comes from the state and it is subject to appropriation. There was a smart growth housing trust fund that was capitalized back when this was approved. And for a number of years, the sale of surplus land, so the DCAM land, Division of Capital Asset Management, when they would sell state property for a number of years, it was going to the smart growth housing trust funds. I haven't kept current on like what's left in the trust funds, how many communities are doing this, how much has been drawn, are they funding it, are they making good on their obligations? I don't have my ear to the ground, but those are all things we would learn about if we want to look further into it.
Right,
I'm heading out.
okay, yeah. Any of you planning board members want to ask any questions or make comments? Hey, Brian.
Yes, hi, thanks Angus, appreciate it, and thanks for all everybody's effort tonight, I know it's late. I'm, and not to get into the weeds here, but I'm just still not clear how this solves the MBTA requirement. You know, my understanding is, I don't have a firm understanding that 40R is completely accepted to meet the requirements and the specificity that is in those design requirements. So maybe you have some knowledge that I don't have at the moment, or we can just take this up if the article passes and discuss it in the future.
What I do know is, and I think you know this as well, is, even though the densities in 40R don't meet the 15 units, the state has said that, 40R district would be compliant with the MBTA communities. I think, you need to create the amount of development potential. You'd still need to meet that, 87 units. And one of the things that I talked about a little bit at the recent Affordable Housing Trust meeting is, and this could end up being a significant thing. With 40R, if you approve an overlay district that, let's say, creates as of right zoning for 20 units, the state doesn't credit you for 20 units. They credit you for 20 minus what could have been built in the underlying zoning. So if if your parcel is 4 acres and it's 2 acre zoning, it's already zoned for 2, you're zoning it for 20, they're gonna credit you 18. So that could be something that, gets into, like, to get to that 87, it's not a gross count, it's a net count. So yeah, to make 40R comply with MBTA communities would be a huge amount of basically like, getting two different programs, both of which are very complicated to align. You'd need to have significant consulting effort to do that. I've heard the state say that 40R districts will be, the density issue is not gonna prevent them from counting, but yeah, I mean, I think part of what I heard in your question is, if there's 40R design standards that are authorized under 40R, are those still going to be allowable under MBTA communities? My understanding of that is yeah, because they were approved under 40R, but I haven't specifically, researched that.
Yeah, the time frame to actually enact this is lengthy. This is complicated. It's why we didn't, we discussed this way back when this whole process started, and we didn't go that route because it was going to be very complex, and I don't think the town was ready to even think of doing anything on Mullen, which is fine. But is the state going to accept new 40Rs? And we have a deadline of December 25 now. I guess I'm just wondering about that process of how we get there.
Yeah, I think that's the point of the article, is to hire a consultant that has experience with this and can guide us. I mean, it may be that after, 1 month, they say, this is really not gonna work for your needs, but I feel like it's something we ought to at least evaluate, because it does address some of the abutter concerns that we heard.
And I would just say, I'm not envisioning, nor is Wendy, going right to hiring a consultant. Like, we don't know if we want to do this, but I think at least I feel it would be good to have the option to do this without losing 6 months. Because if we do decide we want to look at this and we got to wait till an October town meeting to appropriate funds, it's really not, there's not time. Like, it's something that a decision would need to be, like, a lot more research needs. I wasn't going to put this on the table until really it was put on the table by a citizen petition, the idea of 40R. And, you know, if there's an interest in that, I do think it's, you know, it's got some nuances specifically like the sub-districts and the different densities within sub-districts. And infrastructure certification, financial incentives that are materially better in my observation than the MBTA communities, which is more of a, you know, but we have to meet that mandate. I understand that, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, the optimist in me says, you know, maybe the state, you know, is going to see, you know, and they already are seeing opposition and concern about the MBTA Act. Maybe they'll be amenable to changes using a 40R and recognize that, you know, we may have difficulty meeting a deadline. And you're right, I don't know. I was just concerned after seeing Rich Baker's proposal that it's sounded like it was being phrased that this is the answer, and you know, I don't think any of us know that it is in fact the answer. I was just concerned about the wording, how this was going to come across.
I think we know it isn't the answer. It could be part of an answer if the town wanted, but it's not gonna, that site isn't gonna support the, you know, level of, you know, the number of units that would need to be zoned under the MBTA communities.
Okay.
You know, I think if we decided to look, if the town decided to want to look at this, I think at least what I'd be thinking of a much more scattered site approach of like a few units here, a few units there, and maybe one or even two with more in the 2,000 or 3,000 units on a single site. I'm just throwing numbers out, but like a scattered approach, whereas with the MBTA communities, you really can't do that because of the absolutely inflexible 15 unit per acre requirement.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Okay, no, I just wanted to get some clarification of how you folks were perceiving this versus what I had read from Rich Baker's package. So I'm okay. Got my vote.
I guess, you know, I'm at a place where I don't know it is a good idea, but I don't know it's not. And, yeah, so.
Yeah, and yes, we don't know. MBTA may change slightly, may change not at all, but you know, we'll at least have explored under another rock. So, okay. I don't know if Ann wants to weigh in.
No, I think you asked all the questions I had, Brian. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that.
No. That's much more efficient at 10:07 p.m.
I know, and these guys still have other stuff to do. So.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate your.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks for sticking around.
See you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Do we need the recap of the tour meeting? Should we do that? You were all there.
Tell yourself what
You
you saw.
weren't there, but.
That's okay. I'll catch up later. I'll catch up later.
Any
Rick can
follow-up,
tell me later.
any follow-up items from that we need to work on? I guess we're meeting with Ivrea tomorrow.
Yeah.
just to, her water special counsel. That puts us back at minutes.
We should probably table till Chris's or not. If you guys are all ready, then
I say, if you don't feel comfortable,
yeah, if you guys are ready with them, you can do it in a single motion, but well, actually.
I was gonna say they're all his edits, I believe, anyways, so,
The edits are all Chris's.
yeah.
Have you reviewed them, Rick?
Some of them in detail, some of them I've just
My only
rushed
suggestion, if
through.
you're gonna add something, I say approve one, just get rid of one meeting at least.
I would approve the 26th, the 11th, and the 20th, or the 13th, I mean, the first three.
Okay, I do have edits on them. So if you
Okay.
compare to go through them, there's like one or two for each. So,
Sure.
right, so on page 166 of the packet, item G on the resiliency road planning, very bottom of the page. It says Reed and Parker,
Was one.
166.
February 26th, correct?
Yes, no, 20, yes, sorry, 26. It says Reed and Parker received draft reports 7 days ago. I have no idea what that means. So I would just suggest striking it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can strike that
Yeah.
down.
And then on the next page, under F, action items, this is about the town manager newsletter. I would just strike the sentence that says an idea that has not yet gotten off the ground. That is it for that.
Yeah.
Move to approve as amended.
That was
That was February 26th.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Second.
move to approve 26.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the next. So this is on page 173. Item J. This is on the solar eclipse event. It's just the statement there would be adequate toilets put in. That just needs to give porta potties or,
We'll get those.
no.
Finding toilets on the field?
Yeah.
For the day.
173, on the page numbers.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, you know, I'm sorry. These are the edits that I made for the 411. I'm so sorry.
Okay,
I just-
all right.
So I'm just working on hard copy right now, because
Okay.
I started to look and I said, I don't know where this is.
Was that from that?
But you need to know which date minutes, because it's not.
It's the 11th,
It's
March
173 of the prior.
Yeah, sorry.
March 11th.
Anything else now?
Yes, item G, A, this is on the hunting bylaw, said the first sentence, as a result of resident concerns about safety, you could just add that. First sentence, G, A,
As a result of.
resident concerns about safety. Yeah,
Actually, on that one, I do have one comment on H. Are you on
no, I'm just,
Oh.
GB, are you still working?
it?
The initiative was, in response to resident complaints about unleashed dogs and concerns raised by the animal control officer. Rather than saying resident requests.
Concerned residents.
Resident complaints about unleashed dogs and concerns raised by the animal control officer. You got one on H?
Yeah, HD. At the end, it says the primary user 381 Main Street is a senior housing resident, as it has been in recent years. I think what I said is that, one of the primary users, is a senior resident in senior housing. Doesn't have to know about the other end of the year, but I was just pointing out that it was.
So we could just strike as it had been.
Yeah, and I would say not the primary, but one of the primary users.
Okay. All right, so to approve the March 11th minutes as amended.
So. Aye.
Aye. Okay. Next on item B. This is March 13th.
13th.
Yeah. I would just strike that sentence. The account from which funds were usually drawn was exhausted and could not handle the additional drain. It's not clear and I don't think it's necessary.
Repeat what item was it?
That was item B,
What else?
third sentence. in the first paragraph, and then it'd be, just strike the sentence. And then the third paragraph that starts the committee and board, there's a sentence in here about Ennis. I would just strike that sentence because it commits us to a decade of testing, depending on chemicals found in the testing, and I just think it would raise concerns if people read that. I don't think it's material. So just,
By Ennis, you said?
yeah, I'll strike that then. Anything there, Rick?
No.
Okay,
Move to approve, minutes for March 13th.
second. In favor?
Right.
All right, on the next one,
Did Seal really
Okay,
say
the others-
the People's Republic of China?
What was that?
I cannot imagine him saying that, but
There's, I mean, I think anyway,
What did he
he
say?
probably didn't use those
the
exact.
People's Republic of China.
What, who said that?
Is no longer accepting recycling, therefore the.
Oh,
which is correct. It's just, I doubt if he used that exact term.
Yeah, that was a slight embellishment.
I wasn't ready for the next, I thought we were just gonna do those three. Or you can go ahead.
All right.
Just move forward.
Let's just, yeah, carry these forever.
Sure, yeah, no, that's good.
Not saving these
Yeah.
PDFs and then
Yeah.
it moves all the comments I made,
Yeah,
I've reviewed them
yeah,
3 times.
right, right.
All right, so
all the comments then.
item C, under the conservation operating budget. I don't think it's necessary to point out a few small mistakes in the numbers.
March 20th.
Yeah.
Item C.
Conservation.
First line of that section.
Yeah, it's not really material. And throughout, it says AJ. I would just, for Angus, for the town manager. This is on the Park and Recreation Commission, but you might just want to do a search for that. So we're not using initials for people without finding them. And then OB, which I think is the operating budget. And then I just had a question on this Community Preservation Fund, Angus. It says the numbers for 24 to 25 are not yet set in stone. This is,
For FY 25.
yeah, so this is wrong. This says for 24, 25.
Which page are you on?
This is under the Article 14 discussion.
Oh, I see it, yeah, okay.
I'm not sure that's correct, and.
Well,
Right.
sometimes people call FY like a fiscal year because it,
Right, it's span.
but
So
right.
this
Starts in
is-
24 and then
I think it would be accurate to say, well, the numbers for fiscal year 25.
But is that right, though? We're looking back, right?
It's the upcoming.
Oh, to allocate, no, but this is allocating the annual revenue, so no, these were looking ahead,
Okay, so that is
for
correct.
housing
Okay.
trust, we're looking back.
Okay,
So just say FY 25.
okay. And is it correct that it's the tax rates that is the reason that we won't know that?
Partly,
It's the revenue generated.
it's the revenues, yeah, valuations, rates, it's all, yeah, it's,
Amounts collected from the state register of deeds.
we know all that.
Yeah. And on Article 16, I have a correction. I'll just email that to you.
Okay.
That's it.
Just out of curiosity, and what you say, your email.
So on Article 16,
Yeah.
he was concerned that we were spending a bunch of money on a study without knowing, like, if we decide to build the courts, what it would cost us.
Yeah.
And so I explained that a lot of towns have used CPA funding to do this, and the cost was around 160 to 200 or whatever. I just said 200, 400. This sounds like it was based on location, and it's just not there.
Also, the word intimate is kind of.
And then.
You said it or you didn't
I
say it.
don't like that, that language anywhere.
Got
So, so I'll just send
Yeah.
you my revisions, we'll have to go through it. You good with that?
Sure.
All right. Did you make a motion to approve?
Yeah, I approve, make a motion to, I'm losing my mind here. Motion to approve March 20th. Minutes.
All right, second, all in favor?
Aye.
And should we keep going?
No.
All right, we'll say this one. Well, we got through 3, right?
Four.
All right, all
All
right, now I gotta save this so I don't have to go through it again. All right. Any other items?
If you have fewer meetings, you'll have fewer minutes.
Yeah. No, these have been bad. We were doing pretty well for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we had 20 meetings in a row.
Right, and we skipped over them. for
We didn't do any minutes, yeah.
A lot of times.
Yeah. All right, so correspondence, we don't need to discuss, right?
No.
All right. Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, make a motion to
All
adjourn.
All in favor?
I'm in favor.
All right. Thank you.